Happy New Year, everyone. We're going to start the meeting this morning with invocation by Pastor Griff Vetier and Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. Sorry, official business come for the board. Discussion and of pending or contemplated litigation, claims and demands. What did I miss? Oh, excuse me. This morning we have a swearing in ceremony of our new Mojave County Treasurer, Sue Ann Mello, by Judge Carlisle.
Raise your right hand. I, Sue Ann Mello, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the state of Arizona, and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of Mojave County Treasurer according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Treasurer Mello. Now, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims, motion and action to call for an executive session to be held January 17th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A, 3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Now we get to a discussion of pending and contemplated litigation and claims. Attorney's office? Anything? Thank you. Committee and legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop?
Thank you. This past couple of weeks, I attended the National Park Service public meeting regarding the depletion of Lake Mead and the recreational opportunities and so forth. I also attended the Arizona Commerce Authority meeting, which was my last meeting for the year. And while in Phoenix, I attended the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission meeting. And then on the following day, I attended the CSA Executive Board meeting in Phoenix and also the Board of Directors meeting. And then the following day, I was the keynote speaker for the GED graduation for Arizona Works. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Angus.
Nothing this morning.
I'd like to share that the last couple of weeks of last year were good. We saw some wins. We saw Arizona Department of Water Resources declare the Wallapai Basin here in the Kingman area as an irrigation on expansion area. It's the first INA that's been declared in the state of Arizona for 40 years. We were also successful, Mojave County being one of the state parties assisting the Wallapai tribe, which is District 1, my district, in securing a water settlement that they've been trying for at least 12 years. And we were successful in getting that passed in the last bit of December 2022, which was great. The Colorado River Indian tribes also had a water settlement that they got passed. And for those that are following Mojave County's continued opposition to the Greenstone to Queen Creek water transfer, that litigation has been filed, and we want to publicly thank our partners in that litigation, Yuma County, City of Yuma, La Paz County. It sends the message that from the Utah border all the way down to the Mexican international border that Western Arizona is unified against this water transfer. We're going to go to County Manager's report. Manager Elters.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. No report today.
Thank you. Approval of the November 7th, 21st, and 28th, 2022 BOS meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Call to the public. First to speak is going to be Penelope Townsend. On deck is Lori Lynn. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Penelope Townsend. I live in Kingman. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Happy New Year to you all, and Happy New Year to everyone behind me. You'll find before you some information material, a petition which has almost 1,000 signatures, if it doesn't have 1,000 signatures at this moment, and a proper and full introduction of myself. A lot of you know me, but you don't really know me. I have been here as an advocate for the animals for Mojave County more times than this. First of all, thank you to the board for the support of building the new county animal shelter. 3 years ago, money was allocated to build a new Mojave County animal shelter. The groundbreaking was going to start this last year in 2022. Well, we are now in January of 2023, over 3 years later, and the allocated property, the lot, is still absolutely empty. I am sure in the meantime, the money that was allocated 3 years ago is now going to have to at least have doubled with the inflation that's going on. So I know we have to get more money for this. We, the animal-loving public and taxpayers of Mojave County, are tired of the delays in the building of this new shelter, the realization of it. We would like some answers to why the building has not been realized when all sorts of other buildings and constructions and additions to buildings are built and finished. I just want to remind the board and the public that the trains going over that shelter have approximately the same decibels as a jet engine on a tarmac. Just idling, I'm guessing. It's unhealthy for the public viewing the animals, for the employees, and of course for the animals themselves. They go by every 45 seconds, and that's not counting the ones on the other, you know, like a block away or something like that. This, along with the cockroach infection, outdoor viewing areas, and virtual inaccessibility for the handicapped public, are additional factors at the current shelter that the absolute necessity of moving into a new shelter ASAP. Myself, with nearly 1,000 other people, have signed this petition urging the board to allocate the funds needed to get the shelter done. Thank you in advance, because I know you guys are going to do the right thing, or I should say the board is going to do the right thing. By the way, we do understand the delay with the COVID, but that is finished now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Lori Lynn? Chris Rodarty, you're on deck.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lori Lynn, and I do reside in Kingman, Arizona. I too wish to begin by wishing all a very happy new year. In December 2021, I retired from my wonderful employer of 23 years, Mojave County, to pursue my passion for helping animals and become a volunteer with the Friends of Mojave County Animal Shelter. As a volunteer with the shelter for over a year now, it has been my honor and privilege to serve a vulnerable population, the homeless animals of Mojave County. I have witnessed many accomplishments during my time with the shelter, including a significant increase in the number of volunteers and fosters to help with socializing and training the animals to make them more adoptable, along with a substantial increase in the number of adoption events held to allow more animals to be adopted. All done for the love of the animals, yes, but also resulting in cost savings for the shelter's overseers. But there is more to be done. I firmly believe a new shelter will bring even more volunteers, more fosters, more adopters to assist the county. Bottom line, more community support. I expressed this to the board in 2019, and it bears repeating. There are few times in one's life when presented an opportunity to make an impact that will resonate well beyond position or years of service. This is that time. Please help to remove whatever impediments are standing in the way of the new Mojave County Animal Shelter. Build your legacy. I end with a famous quote from Mahatma Gandhi. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Rodarty? Brian Ware is on deck.
Good morning, Chris Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. In 2022, Arizona turned blue, and I can't wait to see how ugly things will be in 2023. Since the shutdowns, forced masking, and vaxing of Mojave County citizens began in 2020, I have stood before this board, meeting after meeting, urging you to follow the Constitution, reading from our founding documents, quoting our founders, begging you to turn away from the slippery slope of socialism. With each posted agenda, I have spent countless hours digging into the backgrounds and details hidden within, only to discover how deeply mired Mojave County has become in the socialist quicksand. At one point in 2020, I was even threatened with arrest for misdemeanor trespassing as I attempted to enter this room to exercise my First Amendment right while refusing to wear the feckless Fauci face muzzle. Countless times I've been met with sneering cynicism, caustic commentary, and dismissive disdain. Colleagues of mine have endured similar treatment. Yet today, I see more agenda items representing the wealth redistribution, reparations, and equity, this time in the form of Quest grants. Conversely, I do applaud members of this panel who treat we the people respectfully, yet too often your votes contradict our best interests. Admittedly, of late, I have seen a slight trend away from socialism. While I'd like to think our presentations before this board are in part responsible, in the long run, it doesn't matter where and when it became clear to you, only that it did and will continue. Is it too late for Mojave County? Have we turned purple as a result of the 2020 midterms? Are we doomed to bow to Maricopa with every passing election cycle? Joseph Stalin said it best. It is enough that the people know there was an election. The people who cast the votes decide nothing. The people who count the votes decide everything. This is where we are right now. As much as we proclaim our power at the poll and swear by the golden ticket, our votes are meaningless. We are a banana republic where voting is concerned, and now with every dollar of wealth redistribution money you take, Mojave County piles on in the further slide toward eventual communism. In 2022, Arizona turned blue, and I can't wait to see how ugly life will be in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Brian Ware. On deck is Wayne Hollins.
Chair, Supervisors, County Manager, County Attorney, I just wanted to read you a quote from our former Governor, Doug Ducey. And what he said is, quote, "I look at the party and worry that candidates are more defined by their attitudes than the policies they propose," unquote. Ducey further went on to say, and quote, "Yes, a good many small government conservatives have morphed into bullies, people who are very comfortable using government power to tell companies and people how to live their lives." Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Hollins.
Good morning, Wayne Holland, Golden Valley. Happy New Year to everyone. We finally got the INA last year, which sadly to say we needed, but I think we went around it a little bit dastardly, but and I know the reason why we did that. But Mojave County covers a lot more than the Wallapai Basin. I see we're finally getting something on item 78 today, which unfortunately I won't be around to speak on, but if we had have started that the same time we started trying to get an AMA, INA, or whatever it was that we were shooting for several years ago, how much farther could have we been right now? We could have actually had some projects completed rather than just talking about them. And I still see, or I don't see, anything about the public having any say or requiring any activity on their part. We all live here. Water is everybody's concern, not just you guys up here sitting behind the desk there. It concerns everybody in the county. They should be willing and able to do something, and they should be allowed to say their part at meetings and stuff like that that are in the planning stages and stuff like that. I've attempted to get on the water sustainability task force. So far I haven't heard anything. I'm not expecting that will happen because I'd rather not just go to meetings. I would rather go to meetings, plan stuff, and then grab a shovel and go out there and start doing them. So don't forget about the people who live here in the county. They need to be a part of putting water in the ground too, because they're going to be part of drawing it out of the ground. So, but we need to teach them, and we need to show them, and we need to do projects like a little rain garden out there at Veterans Park, and some other demonstration places that people can go and see that this stuff actually works. And hopefully we'll start high in the watershed, trying to recharge the system, because the water's going a lot slower up there than it is down here. So we need to work on that, and hopefully that'll be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We had a request to move item 75 to the top of the agenda. However, I was just notified by the clerk that they are not on the phone yet, and so she's going to notify me when they are, and then we'll get to item 75 at that time. But until then, do any of the board members wish to pull any of the items off of consent? Supervisor Bishop?
No.
Supervisor Angus?
35 and 58.
Supervisor Gould?
Number 8, number 17, number 22, number 41.
Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion, need a motion to approve the consent minus items 8, 17, 18, 22, 35, 41, and 58.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Item 8.
Mr. Chairman, do you have members of the public that have signed in to speak on?
Yes, I do.
If we let the applicant go last, then he can address anybody's comments.
All right, we have several people that wish to speak on item 8. The applicant last here. First up, Donald Oberman, please. Donald Oberman.
Hello. My name is Donald Oberman. I reside at 17388 South Via Montoya Road in Yucca, Arizona. I support Board of Supervisor Resolution number 2023-010 for a health retreat. However, I have two concerns. One, can the Board of Supervisors specify that the rezoned property be used only as a health retreat in the event that it fails or is resold? Two, the current applicants have placed a lock gate across Box Canyon Drive, a public access road that is not on their property. This denies ingress and egress by the public and government officials to federal and state lands for either pleasure, firefighting, or emergency medical services. I request that it be stipulated that the applicant remove the gate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Servillo.
I'm going to rescind my time. I think this is going in the right direction.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Doug France.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. Thank you for your time up front. One of my biggest concerns is there one of the 43 threatened or endangered species in that canyon? That is one of the most pristine canyons, been up there many a time. I don't know what's in there, but I'm sure there's some in there. So in a letter written to the board on December 28th, the people that wanting to develop this, their goal, and I quote, "We want to create a place as remote as possible to allow people to disconnect from the noise of the rat race and reconnect with God and nature." Well, I'm here to bring you good news. You do have most wonderful nature in the world. There's a beautiful church inside Yucca for God, and you don't need to have 50 of your best paying friends to come up and enjoy it. You know why? Because we already enjoy that. That's why we moved out there, to get out away from the rat race. So to create their goal, what do they need to do? Well, they need to have survey crews, they need to have road graders, they need to have concrete trucks, they need to have water trucks, they need to have backhoe and FedEx and UPS, well drilling rig, electricians, plumbers, parking for 24 to 50 guests and staff, construction vehicles, food service workers, pipe deliveries, lumber deliveries, massage therapists, nutritionists, and fire and medical. But there's no fire zone out there, so they'll have to have their own trucks in that. So back to the goal. Let's create an environment, a place as remote as possible to allow people to disconnect from the noise and the rat race and reconnect with God. So they get to ruin our serenity with their rat race. So I ask you, take a vision 5 years down the road. Maybe you're retired, maybe I'm dead, I don't know. But you look down from satellite and you look down in this pristine basin with enough leach fields to process sewage for 50 people, parking for 50 people, housing for 50 people, maybe 30 people, I don't know. And you look down upon it, and what have you created? A rat race. You brought it to us. Why would you want to rezone it to give somebody else their vision of lack of rat race when the rat race we don't have? We don't need to create anything. We just need to leave the zoning alone and let us live happily ever after. And I thank for your time.
Thank you, sir. Brian Ware.
Chair, Supervisors, County Manager, County Attorney. After re-reviewing the Dutch Flat Plan along with previous POA concerns at prior Board of Supervisors meetings, I'd like to bring your attention to page 3, 14, 17, and 21, where it specifically states aesthetics, natural hillsides, views, and night skies. For example, Stagecoach Trails Guest Ranch, currently over on the West Hill, has bright lights and it violates our western sunset. And they've now had to build a berm 200 feet long by 30 feet tall to block that light and that noise to the rest of us down in the valley. I think this is a big flaw in the Dutch Flat Plan. You've allowed commercials to be up on the hillsides, put the public down on the bottom. We get to look up at them. It doesn't make sense. It should be the opposite. They should be looking the other way. So the Grass Ranch has since grown to ATV use, UTV use, and a shooting range. So that's all grown beyond your original plan. So I'd also like to then take you to page number 8, where it specifically says no commercial economic development per the Dutch Flat Plan and the POA. I'd like to then take you to page 12, where it talks about the tortoise-sensitive Category 2 habitat area east side of Alamo Road. The tortoises like to hang out in the 2,500 foot to 4,000 foot range, right in the range of this zone change. So then I'd like to take you further to page 34 and 35. The roads in the area, 500 miles of them owned by the POA, not one of them brought up to county standards, not one with a flood plan in place, not one with a culvert. And then you have the standards over at Alamo Road that's not even on the primary maintenance schedule. All this creates the same dust and the same traffic. Page 36, policy 23.5. 200 cars is capacity. Mr. Latosky stood up here and told you guys that it's at 400 currently at a recent Board of Supervisors meeting. The 23.5 policy clearly states, shall have no further growth, shall. Page 48, as they've said, there's no emergency services, there's no fire, we can't even fund the sheriff to get out there to stop the crime, the drugs, the theft, all the other stuff. We can't even get enough of them out there to help us. So that's an issue. Page 25 is interesting. It states 265 acres for commercial use along Alamo Road. This item 8 is proposed at 160 acres. What's left for anybody else to do business out there once we give it to one? So my questions are, will there be toy haulers? Will there be side-by-sides? This is 18.3 miles. It'll pass 100 plus POA properties. This board denied a one-time special event that went 19.8 miles and passed 117 properties. And by the way, it was in a Category 3 tortoise habitat, not such a big deal. So I don't know, is it hypocrisy, political discrimination, a violation of the Fifth Amendment, specifically the takings clause, specifically regulatory takings, a violation of the 14th Amendment and due process, political enrichment, real estate enrichment. 9 properties in 2 days were sold. Who got enriched off that? Don't we want to know? And interesting enough, your District 5 Planning and Zoning Commissioner made a point to congratulate them on their grand opening prior to even voting. That tells us exactly what's going on.
Could wrap
You
it
do
up.
pick
We
the
have
winners and
several
losers.
speakers today. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Let's say, is it Lori Warren Piers DeVille? Excuse me if I messed that up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. Don't worry about messing it up. It gets messed up every time. It's Lord Warren Anthony Piers DeVille. Just to correct Mr. Ware, the berm at the Stagecoach Trails Guest Ranch was put in by the previous owner because I dared to build a property on our land and he wanted to hide it. It's nothing to do with lighting or anything else. The lighting there currently is mostly for the Christmas period. On to the subject in hand. I would like the board, if they pass this, to at least stipulate that there will never be any RVs, camper trailers, or ATVs allowed on the property. We already get enough of them from the previous speaker. The association grades those roads currently, and this is going to be a lot of traffic. I can't see people just turning up for a week and not leaving the place. It's a very beautiful area. People are going to be driving around, hopefully not in ATVs again, at 70 miles an hour. So this is going to cause the association a financial penalty trying to maintain the roads, which are very, very fragile in that particular area. The La Cienega Ranch area, the roads are just about coping with the very few people who live there now. I've heard rumors they've pledged to grade the roads, but I don't know if that's once a decade, once a year, once a month, once a week, or whatever. Either way, we don't know what standard that will be done to, and we don't know if the roads would be able to actually cope with the extra traffic. So again, if the board passed this, I would like to see a stipulation made that they pave the roads from Alamo to their property, much the same way that Ray Powell, with his development to the south, Ray Powell Water Station and the properties there, had to pave parts of Butch Cassidy. What else was it? Yeah. If that's not done, then as we all pay dues to the association here, they've got a certain number of plots which they've subdivided. Now, this is on non-association land, I believe, but they should be made to pay one set of dues per plot that they will construct, because at least that would help towards paying for the damage to the roads. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Carol Wilk.
Good morning. My name is Carol Wilk. I live here in the Kingman area. I own property out in the Yucca area where this project is proposed. I am in opposition to the zoning request change for similar reasons that people have stated. It's too broad-based, but at the same time, I too see this project as one that fits our lifestyle and one that meets the requirements of the Dutch Flat Plan. We know that there's going to be growth. We just want the right kind of growth out there, something that's in keeping with our lifestyle. The location is an important factor for consideration in developments of this nature. The Dutch Flat Plan is very specific in this matter. The plan states, given the remoteness and undeveloped nature of the area, Dutch Flat offers an ideal setting for commercial guest ranch. These recreational opportunities should take advantage of the rugged terrain that the desert has to offer. Policy 15.1 states, guest ranches should be located on properties which are farthest away from population centers and on sites which may not be best suited for other land uses. Further, the plan states that the Planning and Zoning Department staff will use the above policies criteria in locating guest ranches. For example, sites with steep slopes, rock outcroppings, myriad floodways, et cetera, may accommodate the seasonal recreational use. I contend that this location fits the policy and the intent of the Dutch Flat Plan. On page 34, the plan states the eastern part of the planning area northeast of Alamo Road is within the foothills of the Wallapai Mountains and offers a unique situation to provide resort development. Again, therefore, this spot is an ideal location for a quiet land, for quiet land-preserving guest ranch operations. Also, it is important to point out that this parcel is not within the POA of the Santa Fe Ranch and therefore not subject to CC&Rs there. It is a private island surrounded by state and federal lands. The parcel to the south, another 160 acres, is owned by the same group, and the parcel catty-cornered to the private land is owned by them as well. The activity will be on the far east side of their land and therefore far removed from any other neighbors. I understand that all commercial recreational land uses will require approval of the Mojave County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, but a zoning where any kind of recreational activity can take place is not in keeping with the Dutch plan, nor is it desired by the residents that have come forward in opposition to this. It would be wonderful if there was another option that would allow this type of resort development, but without risks associated with this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jan Emming.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Jan Emming. I live at 17339 South Alamo Road on the way to where this proposed development would be. I'm not necessarily opposed to the project. I think it's kind of a nice thing that they're aiming for. I would say that the practicalities of living off-grid while doing such a big development are very much worth considering, because this area is definitely far from power lines, water infrastructure, and other types of supportive things that people who are facing health challenges might actually need. So they're a minimum of an hour away from the hospital or medical services if they drive themselves, and also the closest analog that we have to something like this currently at the Stagecoach Trails Dutch Flat Area Plan is the Stagecoach Trails Guest Ranch. They have the benefit of being on grid, and they also have the benefit of being like in the zone where the most water exists, in the aquifer. The zones closest to the mountains have the least, access to water, and it is definitely worth thinking about carefully. If you're gonna, I would scale this up by starting slowly and making it a piece at a time. Like see how it works for the first, say, few cabins, rather than the doing all 20 or 30 or whatever the number in total might be is. So this is just kind of unsolicited opinions that I, as a resident who lived out at Stagecoach Trails for 24 years, have developed in the process of living off-grid. And it is not an insurmountable challenge, but it is also not a trivial one that if these if the applicants have never lived off-grid before, and I don't know whether they have or haven't, I think this is definitely worth considering, because operating a commercial business in this location on available resources of water and services is sort of worth thinking about. That said, I do think the project is very well-spirited and probably fits pretty well, if it's done correctly, within the Dutch Flat, and Stagecoach Trails region. But I just wanted to voice some concerns about scalability and that sort of thing. So that was mostly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rob Hooper.
morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, County Manager. It's good to be here today. My name is Robert Hooper. I'm a resident out on Santa Fe Ranch. I'm speaking here to you today. Appreciate this time. I stand in opposition to the zoning as it is set right now. I have a problem with the breadth of that zoning. There's too many activities allowed under that zoning definition that don't fit our neighborhood, as far as all-terrain vehicles, RV parks, all kinds of things you could have under that definition that just don't fit. It's a shame. I agree with the folks I've been listening here to today. I think that the health retreat, as it's called, is a really good idea. I think it's a really good fit for us. But this zoning doesn't fit that activity. It's unfortunate because it does fit the Dutch Flat Plan as well. The Dutch Flat Plan speaks so well about this in their vision. It's to preserve the land's beauty, provide adequate infrastructure at minimal cost, while perpetuating the area's desirability as a quality community. And having spoken to the guys that are planning this project and looking at their plans, the plan for the health retreat fits that. It's just, I don't like the idea of a zoning that if somebody else bought that land, what would happen next? We'd be stuck, okay, with something we really don't want there. It's an open-ended zoning puts all this at risk. And I'm trying to skip over a lot of things everybody's already said for time's sake here, but the one thing I did want to point out that the Dutch Flat Plan to me is somewhat the controlling instrument for growth. And we're going to have growth, no matter how you look at it. And planned growth is a whole lot better than random growth. So I really do support the Dutch Flat Plan. Resort recreational facilities was anticipated by the plan. And it's interesting that in the plan, it allowed for 3.69% of the total land to be used in resort development. At that time, if you took the total acreage at that time, that would have amounted to 4,678 acres of resort development. Now you add to that all the annexed lands, and that pushes us up over 7,000 acres that was anticipated to be resort development. And as was previously spoken, the most ideal place for this was up along the foothills of the Wallapies where this is happening. So to me, a small, very quiet health retreat, which helps people get away from the hustle and bustle, I think this is really a good thing. And also did want to speak to one thing about that gate that was mentioned earlier. I spoke with the project owners yesterday, and that's being removed. So that's no longer an issue, okay? So again, I'm not in favor of the way the zoning is set up right now, but I, like others, really do like the idea of this health plan. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Christian Bunch and Jared Thurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board and the community. It's hard when you haven't earned the trust of someone yet. And so I want to appreciate the support shared this morning. But I also appreciate the concern, because as Christian and I began praying and looking for a property where we felt people could be in nature and hear the voice of the Creator, we looked at a lot of places. And the last stop was land that was not for sale, and that was this property we're discussing today. And we took a little hike at sunset, sat on some rocks, and about the most wild thing was hearing the wings flap of birds above us. And we thought, this is unlike anywhere else. And so my appreciation is the vision we have for this little piece of property will be devastated if the community's passion for maintaining the peace and quiet ever changes. So our hope is that this community remains vigilant of keeping peace and quiet on the docket. We desire to live within that. We desire not to have light pollution, because we feel that will prevent what we hope is people coming for a week and being in quiet, being in darkness at night, seeing those beautiful stars, and really just finding a way to disconnect and reconnect, if you will. So I just want to say thank you. I'm not going to take all the time, but I do appreciate the fact that everyone is concerned, and I just ask that we hope to join you if other proposals come in the future to maintain that peace and quiet that the neighbors enjoy, and now we as neighbors want to continue to enjoy, because that is the value of this community, the peace and quiet. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, sir. That was our last request to speak for him on this agenda item. I'll open up the board discussion. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You were the other on that last form. Please come down.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, County Manager, and our neighbors. My name is Christian. I am very happy to be here. As Jared said, we love this place, and we want to preserve the beauty of the environment, and we hope to be friends with our neighbors. I'd like to call your attention to the document that was passed out. You'll notice that the parcels under consideration today are surrounded on 3 sides by government land. On the flip side of the paper, you'll notice some of the designs that we have proposed, which we believe are in line with the natural environment and seek to preserve it. We believe our vision is also in line with the Dutch flat plan, and I've outlined that in the document, and other members have spoken, and they've said all that needs to be said there. Though the parcels under consideration are not part of the POA proper, we do want to be good neighbors and friends of the POA, so we've made them aware of this. We've agreed to maintain the road from Box Canyon to Alamo, help to repair washes, and also respect the quiet atmosphere that the POA hopes to cultivate. We appreciate them, and those who are here today that care enough to maintain the peace and quiet of the environment, because if we don't have that, then we would have to go somewhere else. And we don't want to do that, because it's just a place unlike any other. We anticipate starting with approximately 20 to 25 guests, and we have no plans of ever growing beyond approximately 50 guests. I do want to state that we have no desire for RV parks, side-by-sides, racetracks, or anything that would disturb the peace of the place that we love, and we're happy for the zoning to be stipulated as such. We hope to be a blessing to the county and the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That was our last speaker on this item. I'll open up the board discussion at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Gould, or Supervisor Gould, excuse me.
The CRE zoning is extremely broad. It allows many of the things that the people are concerned about, RV parks, racetracks, which is something that I would never want to see in that particular area. But it does allow the Board of Supervisors to place limits on the zoning that stay in place. And even if the facility is sold, that zoning stays in place. And to have that removed, they have to come back to the Board of Supervisors and get the Board of Supervisors to remove these stipulations, which puts the Board of Supervisors in control. It doesn't allow somebody to come in later and put a racetrack in there or an RV park. But basically, the things that I'm going to, in my motion, that I'm going to place on this will limit it to just being a health retreat center. But let me go ahead and make my motion. I move that item 8 be adopted with the following restrictions on the zoning. The property shall only be used as a health retreat center of 34 beds maximum. The definition of a health retreat center is: a health retreat center is a place for promoting health and well-being through psychological or spiritual activities. It is not a drug or alcohol recovery center or a troubled or adult or youth center.
Thank you, Supervisor Gould.
I'll second for discussion.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Angus.
Yeah, again, so I'm still a little confused because some of the speakers spoke about the noise that would be generated by ATV, RV. So I want to hear from the applicant. You're not going to offer ATV rentals or part of your package that you give? I mean, people are just going to go there and meditate? Yeah.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, we will not offer that.
Will they be able to bring their own?
No. We will stipulate that because we really believe that peace and quiet is a part of the healing experience. People are in noisy cities with all the noise of everything we can think of. We want them to come to the quiet.
And the other thing is the road issue. Anyone from the county, I just want assurance that what the applicant is saying they're going to do is going to be a good for the county, and that we're not going to be left holding the bag at some point.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, members of the board, good morning. Speaking just a couple of items with the road issues, this will go through a site plan process. So during that site plan process, it will go through review with Public Works and other county agencies to ensure that all the site plan requirements, including trip generation and those things, are addressed as well. Just real quick with regards to the gate, I spoke with Director Latosky, and he had indicated at the location where the gate was placed, there was not an existing public right-of-way at that place. So it was not prohibiting travel across the public right-of-way. So.
And I do have one more question for the applicant. One more question. Emergency services were brought up. If someone who comes and pays to be at your facility has a health emergency, how will you service them? What are the emergency services that are available, and how long will it wait?
It's a great question. Christian probably can answer that better than I can.
Yes, I live in Kingman, and I'm familiar with the drive. It's not easy. Our plan as of yet, and this would obviously be subject to site plan approval, but in the event of a dire emergency, we do have 160 acres to put a helicopter landing pad so that if somebody needed to be evacuated to Las Vegas with a sense of urgency. But I want to assure people this will not be a helicopter playground. We do not expect to have people flying in there. But just in the event of an emergency, to have that option, I think would be wise.
Is that part of your plan, or is that something you're just thinking about in the future?
That would be part of the site plan, which has yet to be submitted to the county.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
It's for the applicants, please.
Is it for us?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we'll stay up here. Yes, sir.
Supervisor Gould's motion stated that there would be, he wants to limit it to 34. Your plan called for 50. Obviously, you have a business plan. Will your business plan work with only 34?
We're comfortable with that number because we believe some people will be coming as a single occupancy and some people will be coming as a double occupancy. So I don't foresee, I mean, we could go up to 40 beds, but I don't foresee actually needing 50 beds because there will be couples that come together.
Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion?
I have a question for the applicant.
President Bishop.
You state that you will maintain Box Canyon Road to Alamo. How far is that? What's the distance?
I believe it's about 1.5 miles.
Okay, and you have equipment to do that maintenance?
So we don't have the equipment personally. We've been in talks with the POA as to how that's going to work, but we want to assure them that we can pay for that or contract with somebody to do that. That road is not very well maintained as of yet, but we'd like for it to be. Obviously, we need that for people to come. So if they can't get there, it's hard to have them.
Can you tell me what the distance is from the end of Alamo Road where it's paved to Box Canyon?
6.8 miles, I believe.
And the condition of that road?
Alamo Road, that 6.8 miles. You'd have to ask my neighbors, but I'd say it's manageable. And I think there's some concerns about it for everyone, for all of us. We would hope that it would be maintained on a more regular basis, but
to that point,
yeah.
Supervisor Gould.
Supervisor Bishop in the spring will be paving out from mile marker 7 to mile marker 10 on Alamo.
Okay, that'll get a few miles closer. Okay, that's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion from the board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Guys appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you for everyone that spoke today. Thank you for coming. At this time, we're going to move to item 75. We have the speaker on the call, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you moving this forward. This will kind of go into my update for the Quad State meeting. I thought it was best that Mr. Lamb, who's by far more qualified than myself to present this material. As a little background to Mr. Lamb, he's worked in all aspects of land resource planning and management as an area manager, district manager, and state director for the Bureau of Land Management. He worked for state trust lands and developing plans for block lands as an advisor for land use and development and land valuation for various public and resources use. Mr. Lamb was a program manager with oversight responsibility for all BLM resource management plan EIS development projects in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and the eastern states. As a resource consultant, he conducted land adjustment projects for BLM and state trust lands. He also represents Mojave County on the lower Colorado River multi-species conservation program. Mr. Lamb, are you on the call? We can't hear you if you are, Mr. Lamb.
There's another unmuted. I think I did that. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Mr. Lamb. I have the slide presentation with our IT department, so you can just tell them next, and you should be ready to go. If IT can put up the first slide.
Okay.
It's all yours, Mr. Lamb.
Okay, I can't see the presentation.
The second slide, it was just the December 9th. Now we're at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. Go ahead, next slide.
Okay, wait just a minute. I can't see it anywhere on my screen. There we go. Now I can see it. Okay. This is the second slide. Okay, can you now tap the button and go on further? On these slides, it's going to take, because there's separate items that are on there, and so you need to push the button to move it forward to the next one. There you go. Okay. This is the desert tortoise, the Sonoran desert tortoise that we've been kind of watching for some time, and find that the Fish and Wildlife Service has been looking at it and find that they determined it does not have a risk of extinction, and so therefore they're going to not place it or add it to the endangered species list. So we're kind of excited about that it's in good shape and moving along. How about next one? Let's see. In the Lower Colorado Multi-Species Conservation Program, and I'm not sure that you're all familiar with that program, but it's a program that goes through from Lake Mead down to Mexico, and they were involved in improving the area so that it will be able to take place and meet all the needs of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and in putting in water and so forth to protect the animals that are in the area. Now, John Sweat was the program leader, and he retired in September, and he'll be replaced soon. We're going to miss John Sweat. He was a very knowledgeable guy and very open and willing to listen to anybody on what needs to be done. Okay, next item. The Lake Mead hatchery, which you may be familiar with, will be reopened. Last year it was closed because of the water. It just didn't have enough water to bring it into the hatchery itself. So with some money that they've received, they're going to be opening it up and developing a pipeline that will bring water to the site. So it will be open again in 2023. Next item. Southern California Public Power Authority will be removed, will remove their name from the Habitat Conservation Plan and be replaced by 9 individual members of the authority. This is generally not done, but this is the first time they've had the companies that want to move away from the large authority and put their own names in there. And so they're working on that now. Not a big deal, but they will make it happen. Okay, next. With the new steering committee members that have come to the committee over the past few years, training will be provided at upcoming meetings to inform the new members of what the multi-species conservation program is all about and how they need to be involved. As you know, the steering committee is deeply involved in all things that are done on the MSCP. Has to be approved by the steering committee. So it's a big deal to be the member of it. Okay, next. The Fish and Wildlife, or the the fiscal year 2023 budget approval by the steering committee is $25 million. That's probably about $10 million less than it has been in the past. But as they move down the road, they're finding that they're able to get more things done along the way, and they just don't need the amount of money that they've needed in the past to keep the program moving forward. Next, there was a discussion about having a field tour, and there may be a webinar in the future as well. I would suggest that if you have an opportunity to go on the field tour, it's kind of interesting to go see what they've developed in the 88,000 acres that they've put into conservation for the endangered species that's in the area. And what they've done is just amazing. So if you have an opportunity, I can get that back to Supervisor Johnson, and he can get that out to those that may want to go view it. Okay, next. Okay, the Eastern Mojave Desert Workshop. The Eastern Mojave Desert Workshop was an area that was developed back in about 2010 or 11, and they were developed to provide assistance in how that they can help people around the area deal with the issues within the Mojave Desert. And so the Eastern Mojave Desert Workshop will occur on Wednesday, January 18th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with a 1-hour lunch break. And this will be the virtual workshop to discuss data, management status, and opportunities for problems solving for priority issues across the jurisdiction. Now this is, it really is only set in the Eastern Mojave, but all the information that they gather, it covers the entire Mojave Desert. So if you have the opportunity to sit in on this, let me know and I'll get the information back to Supervisor Johnson, and so that you can get on the program. Okay, next. The WRP, which is the Western Regional Partnership, was established in 2007, and it was organized by the DoD to provide protective, collaborative framework for the senior policy level, federal, state, and tribal leadership to identify common goals and emerging issues in the states of Arizona, California, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, and Utah, and to develop solutions that support the WRP partners. this is a pretty good program that that the military has put together, and they provided an awful lot of work and provided sufficient amounts of funding too to support some of the programs that they want to move forward. Next. The last few meetings have been held. They have four major committees, and the last one that was being held was to determine and facing the Indian tribe issues that they have. And so they've been doing that for the past 4, 5, 6 months. And so they'll move on to the other programs next. All right, next. The next call will be December 16th, and that's over and past. And it was to determine what the principal meetings wanted to seek input on the next step and where they want to go from there. So with that, I should see that probably in the next week or so and get the information, and I'll send it back to Supervisor Johnson and he can take it from there. Next. The deep dive calls that they do are in support of the priorities on building resilience and being held with subject matter experts on resolution. And these people that they pull in here are subject matter personnel, and they give a really good information on what's taking place and what's happening and where they're going to go from there. So these are very important issues. And let's go to the next one. And then these are the committees that they have. They have an energy committee, a natural resources committee, a military readiness, homeland security, disaster preparedness, and aviation committee, and a CIS committee. And all of those committees will meet periodically and discuss the issues which they're facing at that particular time. These are very important issues because all of you will be impacted by some of the issues that they take. They also have updates that they give out every month. And I think I've sent some of the updates to Supervisor Johnson in the past, but there are new ones out now. I think the October issue I have not sent him. That's available, and I think probably now the December may be available. Those cover everything that's happening from all of the major agencies that's in that area, both state and federal. So they give you a pretty good indication of really what's happening at this particular time. Next. The next one is the Mojave, the MOG meeting, which is was developed probably in the late 1990s to look at what's happening with the listing of the Mojave Desert tortoise. And these were primarily first made up by the Bureau of Land Management, but now major agencies have people on this board at all times. And every 5 years they look at it. They put together a new program plan for it, which was 5 years ago. And so they're now reviewing that to see what the situation is and see what's happening with the tortoise in the 5-year period. Next. The populations have mostly declined by 37%. That's kind of sad, but that's exactly what's happening out there. Next. The habitat destruction that's taken place that's resulting in this decline is solar and expansion of military bases. And you very well know that that's what's happening. Road density increase, that's increasing throughout the area. Invasive vegetation, that's coming on. You see that constantly coming in more and more all the time. Cannabis farms, that's a big issue. I'm sure you're facing that as well and can see that the problem that that's causing everyone. Next, urban development. Urban development is a big issue, which is increasing the development and reducing the habitat. Okay, wildfire. Wildfire is another one big issue that's happening, and I'll talk a little bit more about wildfire a little later because it's increasing all the time. Next. Disease. Disease is another issue that the desert tortoise face, and they've been working on that for a number of years, but they still got problems with it, and we'll have to continue to work with that. Next. I can't see that on my screen. Let me pull mine up and check it. Okay, I'm sorry about this, but the predation from ravens, coyotes, foxes, and others are also a big issue that's taking place. And there's a lot of effort being put forward to control the ravens in the area, but it's still increasing dramatically. Okay, next. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does not recommend changing the listing from endangered to from threatened to endangered. And they've gone through and looked at it and feel like that's just not necessarily needed at this time. So we're tickled that they feel that it does not necessarily need it this time. So we'll have to watch and see what's going to happen. Okay, next. Okay, can't see the top of this, what we're talking about. One of the things that the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Land Management are doing is to find a way to determine the status of the tortoise and look at some particular focus areas where they can spend time focusing on these areas to improve those areas. Because one of the things I think they're having a problem with is when you look at the entire Mojave Desert, there's a lot of area there and they just don't have the funding or the personnel to do what's necessarily needed done. So they're going to be looking at one particular area and seeing how that they can, or they'll be looking at 6 different areas to see if they can't find a way to improve those areas and take that information and put it over the whole area. Next. These focus areas are, they look at the threat and show success in specific areas in the next 5 to 10 years. So hopefully this will be something that's effective. I feel very strongly about it. I think that it is probably one of the best ways that they're going to be able to resolve some of the issues with the Mojave tortoise. Next. The land use plans that they will be developing still include NEPA and the ESA, and they'll still apply to the entire range. So that won't be a change there. Next. Scale up the range-wide resources as progress to make in local areas. So they will look at what they're actually doing in these particular areas. And from those areas, then they will take what they've learned and add it to the entire landscape. Hopefully it'll be work. I feel very strongly that it's something that will be very successful. Next. Okay, the DOD recovery and sustaining RAPS, what they call it, was developed by the Department of Defense And the military has been having some problems in doing some of their missions. And so the BLM and them have been working together to find a way to come up with a flexibility for military missions to deal with, which is something that they all need to do. I mean, this is just one of many of the issues that we're facing here on the Mojave Desert. Okay, next. These are the areas that they will look at for the focus areas. There's 6 of them, and with the area where you have the outline on kind of whatever color that is, there's the 6 of them there will be studied to determine whether or not they can control and increase the populations by doing particular methods rather than having to just let everything sit and do what you can in the entire area. So I feel this is very good, and I think it will make some progress. We'll see what happens with it. Okay, next. The bipartisan research team, this was done by the Nature Conservancy and the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Forest Service. And what they decided to do is to conduct a nationwide poll to determine how people feel about wildfires. And so they have gone through this process and put together this poll. And I'll show you, if you'll move to the next slide, I'll show you what it comes up with. The things that they were looking at were inflation. And you can see that 83% of the people were very concerned about what happened. And what they did too is they broke it down to politics as well. They broke it down to the Democrats, the Independents, and the Republicans. So you can see the percentage of how people look at based on the program that they belong to, Republican parties or Democrats or Independents. The cost to housing is another big issue. Well, let's look at another one above it. Government waste and inefficiency. They're saying that, yeah, and it looks like the Republicans feel like that's a big issue. And everybody feels like it's a fairly good sized issue with 78%. The cost of housing is 77%. They feel that there's a big issue there. And you can see that it looks like it's pretty much the same across the political boundaries as well. And uncontrolled wildfires that destroy property and forests, that's a big issue, as you can see, 63%. Drought is a big one. And as you very well know, we've been having a major drought for 21 years or something like that. And it's causing some big impact, as you very well know. And to tell you the truth, here in northern Utah, we've been getting snow every day, and we just had 5 feet of snow in the mountains, and probably about twice of what we generally go at normally. So we're excited about that. Hopefully that will help out. The amount you pay in taxes, there's a few concerns for that too.
Mr. Lamb, this is Chairman Lingenfelter. I'm going to give you about 5 to 7 more minutes to wrap up, if you could.
Okay, well, let me just wrap up here, then I won't go to any more. We'll just take care of this one. Now these, because I can't see any more on here anyway, these particular poll was made on about 2,000 people throughout the United States, and about 800 of them were done here in the Mojave, or in the West. So this pretty well tells what people's concerns are in the areas. So that pretty well takes care of it. So anyway, there's a couple more items on there, but maybe Supervisor Johnson can make them available to you anyway, and you can understand what they're all about. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, or excuse me, Supervisor Johnson.
Just want to point out, when you brought up the Sonoran tortoise, that was in Arizona mostly. And if we lobbied against that and testified against it, if that had been listed, then projects like they were talking today about in Yucca would have had a lot of restrictions on them. The feds come in and want us to start fencing off our county roads which is, you know, something we could not afford. And then on the lower Colorado River multi-species program that Mr. Lamb sets on for us. Just to give you an idea, that is hundreds of millions of dollars they spend on that all the time. That's all. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Advisor Super. Any other comments or discussion?
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Bishop.
I do have a question. I'm kind of curious about the Lake Mead hatchery being reopened and a pipeline being, so that water can be brought in. Supervisor Johnson, do you have any information on that?
They're running another pipeline up, I guess. They ran one up previously, and I don't know what happened to that one, but either that or it was delayed in being put up there, but now they're planning on reopening it this year.
Do you know where the water is being brought in from?
Well, it's coming from the Colorado River, but I don't know exactly where, you know, how it
Coming from Lake,
pumps
yeah, it's coming from Lake Mead.
From Lake Mead?
Yes, it'll be coming from Lake Mead. Huh?
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Johnson, can you distribute that slideshow to the other members of the board?
I will, thank you.
That'd be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson, for making sure that that presentation was provided to not only the board, but the citizens of Mojave County. Do we have a motion?
No, I don't need anything. It was just kind of my update.
All right, thank you. We're going to move item 58 up as well. We have Penny Pugh from Congressman Gosar's office in attendance, and she needs to get back on the road. Penny, do you want to say anything? Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Angus.
Explain. This item is to approve and authorize the board chairman to execute a lease agreement between Mojave County and congressional member Gosar for office space located at 1130 Hancock Road in Bullhead City, which is office within my office complex. And just a little background, I think I heard or I read where the congressman was looking for office space in Bullhead City to service veterans. It's an office just not for his congressional, but to help veterans. And I have an empty office in my complex, and I thought that that might be of good use since people are used to going to this annex in Bullhead City for government building. I just thought it would help all around, and that's what we have in front of us. And but however, and I need to bring this up, I had heard from our county manager that our lawyer was hesitant in signing this, and I want to understand what the legal problems are in this.
Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Angus, the legal issues that our office has identified is that the typically what would make this easy is if this were an IGA, and then it would not need to go out to bid, and we would just be contracting with another governmental agency, the federal government. The problem here is that the lease agreement that's been drafted is an agreement with Congressman Gosar, who is not a governmental entity, and therefore the county attorney's position that the lease would have to go out to bid first.
The lease would have to go out to bid. I don't understand.
Offering the office space for lease would have to be offered out to
anyone
open to the public. So we would have to have bids on leasing it. And certainly if Congressman Gosar were the winning bidder, then that would be perfectly acceptable, that the county could enter into this lease agreement with him. But under the statutes, it's our position that in order to lease the office space, it needs to be opened up for bids on the lease.
Could I speak to that? Supervisor Lingenfelter and board members and county attorney. I could understand if this were a political office. However, this is not a political office that we're asking for. House Counsel directs all members of the Congress and Senate to spend their, what's called the MRA, it's Members Representational Allowance, on office space. And the office lease is drafted by the United States Council and directs us. So every member of Congress, and I've done county buildings in Navajo County before where we've leased their office space. And so I'm not sure what the question is, but these funds are tax dollars to be spent to the constituents. And yes, we are looking for a veteran who will also be handling other constituent work as well, but doing outreach predominantly in the Mojave area. And this seemed like pretty good because we've had past precedent in doing this. However, I did want to clarify the article that from Brandon Mesnick in the Havasu Herald. He got a few things wrong. And it was that we would retain our Prescott and Gold Canyon office and get this one additionally, and that's not the case. With redistricting changes and the lines being drawn, we lost Yavapai County, Pinal County, and Gila County. Gold Canyon lies in Pinal and Prescott lies in Yavapai. So we lost those. So our flagship office is now in Goodyear, which is in the West Valley, and then we needed another office up here to serve the Mojave County. And Bullhead City seemed a logical place. So I'll leave that at that. I'm a little, I don't know how to respond to an attorney on this because I've been doing this almost 20 years and doing leases for a long time with the House Counsel, and they are the ones that direct us to that. So I would have to go back and, if necessary, find out what the...
Thanks, Penny. So the issue is our attorney's office believes that it has to be done as an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement, rather than just a lease with the congressman's name, but the federal government says this is the way you have to do it.
That's correct.
So it's kind of a catch-22. Is there any in between?
And if I can clarify, this would be permissible to just make the lease if this were an IGA. Because it's not an IGA, the statutes require that the offering of the lease be subject to the public be able to make bids on it. That's one way of doing it, and I understand that the federal government would prefer to leave this in the hands of the individual Congress people. But that puts us in the boat of having to follow state statute, which requires that leases go out to bid in this fashion. And so we certainly could put it out to bid, and if Congressman Gosar wins that bid, then he would get it. And it wouldn't be an issue. But there is some risk that he wouldn't be able to utilize it if he loses the bid.
Well, since it's a government office, I mean, you put it out to bid, it would have to be another government office, right? It wouldn't be just if you put out the bid, you'd have to say for government purposes. So the only people who could bid on it are and then you'd be in the same situation. So I don't quite understand it. Is there any way to do, to sort of put some wording in here that would make our legal team feel more comfortable?
Well, Supervisor Angus, this is very unusual because the MRA is given to each congressional member. And so he's still entering into, the congressman is responsible for every dime that comes through. So if there's anything that's missing, or every 2 years when they have a different Congress, that falls on him. No one else is going to be signing this intergovernmental agreement, except the congressman. And the House Counsel, I don't believe, is going to accept any changes. This is a government to government.
And you said that you've done it in Navajo?
Absolutely.
With the county?
Yeah. I had an office there when the congressman first had his first election. That was in CD1, and so we had a office in Show Low that Board of Supervisors, we paid rent to them. And
no one
I
ever...
worked there every day.
Okay.
And drove from St. John's to Sholo every day. So I'm a little stunned. However, if that's the case and we can't do this, then we'll find, we'll see if we can find some other space somewhere else.
I've got a question for the attorney's office. Which statute are you referencing?
I'd have to hunt it down for you, but if
well, let me read one to you. This is 11-256-.01. A says, notwithstanding section 11-256, the board may lease or sublease any land or building owned by or under the control of the county in this state. To this state, a county fair association that qualifies to conduct a racing meeting under section 5, section D, or to receive county monies as provided in section 11-258 to a nonprofit corporation other than a municipal or public finance corporation, blah, 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 let's see, or to any other political subdivision of this state without holding a public auction and for less than the fair rental value. The board may specify the uses to which the land or building must be devoted and any terms and conditions for the use of that the board determines are in the best interest of the county. So this statute would appear to cover us on this lease.
With all due respect, Supervisor, Chairman Lingenfelter, it does not, because it specifically delineates which government entities are covered there. And a congressperson is neither a government entity nor one mentioned in that statute.
Supervisor Lingenfelter, board and attorney, if I could also remind, or maybe you don't know, that we've been leasing with this very lease, the city of Kingman for office space for the last, I think, 10 years in their building. So that's another option that we can do, and maybe we'll reach out to the city of Kingman and work with them.
Penny, may I ask, when does this lease need to be in effect?
Well, he's being sworn in today, so it'd be nice if we could have office space to start serving up here, but without office space, we still serve. We just do remote office hours in different locations and continue on.
What about just getting a simple IGA drafted up really quick?
Well, according to Penny, that you can't do an IGA. It has to be this way that...
Well, I'm not an attorney, Supervisor Angus, so I'll have to take that back to House Counsel and let House Counsel determine what needs to happen.
Can we maybe continue this item for 2 weeks and let's see if we can come up with something? Okay. And in the meantime, I know you're looking for people out there, and maybe when this gets out there, more people know that you're looking. You just want to talk about the kind of people you're looking to hire there?
Well, we're looking for someone that wants a full-time job, 9 to 5, some evenings, some weekends, serving veterans as well as some of the other folks that need it. This is a go-between. We call it casework. We get in the middle of the federal government and try and mitigate any problems. It might be veteran benefits. It might be Social Security. It could be FCC. Anything that has a federal nexus.
Right, but because it's veterans, you're also looking perhaps for veterans themselves.
Correct. We do have one veteran that has applied, and I have also asked for the Wounded Warrior Fellowship Program, which is out of DC. We've had 3 of those in our office, and they find and post in the Federal Register in this vicinity for someone that falls into the Wounded Warrior category that can assist us with that.
Supervisor Bishop, did you have a comment?
I did, but Penny pretty much answered the questions that I did have.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or discussion from the board? Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Haas, if we were to advertise this and put it out to bid and our desired bidder did not win, we would then be stuck with the winner as a tenant or Supervisor Angus's new roommate?
Yeah, not cool.
That's true.
There's a political action committee in town that's probably looking for a new office, but that's, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I make a motion that we continue this for 2 weeks, and Penny, if you want to call in, I'm not going to ask you to come down to do it again, but we'll be in touch, you know, and if you wanted to, you can call in or something.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and supervisors. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. You have it, so ordered. Thank you, Penny, and safe travels out there today. We'll move to item 17. We don't have any requests to speak. I don't know who pulled that.
That was mine.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, the item notes that it's community development block grant money for portions of the payment, and that's usually appropriated by supervisor districts. And I just wanted to make sure that that was District 4 money and not some other pot of money. Mr. Smith?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, good morning. In regards to this item, this funding is actually coming, it's part of the CDBG grant fund, just like you asked and stated. The funding actually, it's my understanding that the funding is actually part of the CDBG block grant. So, right, so those funds are to administer that project. So the board put forth the projects, they were approved. After that was done, the contract came in and stated these are the admin fees for this and this is how it would work, and that's what it is here today, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments or discussion from the board?
Chairman Lingenfelter, motion to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. We'll move to item 18. We do have 2 requests to speak forms. First up is Chris Rodarte.
Chris Rodarte, Mojave County taxpayer. I am opposed to items 18, 19, and 20, and I realize I should have asked that 19 and 20 be pulled, as they have now been approved with no discussion, but I will continue. A July 6, 2022 press release proclaimed that the United States Department of Labor is, quote, making available $140 million in quality jobs, equity, strategy, and training, under the acronym QUEST, grants for states to provide jobs and employment training and services for America's unemployed and underemployed workers. QUEST is a reparations program, and I'll quote from their guidelines. The QUEST dislocated worker grants will support those individuals from historically marginalized and underserved populations. And then it goes on to list people by race, including African Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, Latinos, or Hispanics. Grant funds may be used to create and execute focused outreach campaigns to reach historically marginalized communities and other priority participant populations. Grantees must provide supportive services as appropriate to increase the likelihood of program participants' successful completion of workforce services and the longer-term training associated with economic mobility. Grant recipients must ensure, as required under TEGL, Training and Employment Guidance Letter 16-21, that the wages that they will pay to participants are in line with the industry standard for that type of work in the area and are at least $15 per hour. Equity refers to fairness and justice and is distinguished from equality. Whereas equality means providing the same to all, equity means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. The process is ongoing, requiring us to identify and overcome intentional and unintentional barriers arising from bias or systemic structures. Why are taxpayers providing funding for jobs instead of the private employers? Since I am now forced into being an employer against my will under these grants, I would like to know what the return on investment is under this program. In the real world, a company can't pay an employee more than what that employee can produce, or the company will go out of business. It's basic economics. In the real world, no business owner would pay a worker who generates $5 per hour in productivity a wage of $15 an hour. And I would please request that you vote no on this Quest Grant Wealth Redistribution Equity-Based Reparations funding. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Mendola. Mary, you have an item here that says if there's questions, you want to come down and make comments now, or would you like to wait till there's questions?
Sure. Yeah, the grant language refers to things that you can do from the grant, but what we've done in partnership with the Community Services Department is to target high growth, high wage industries in Mojave County. That's including construction, healthcare, and manufacturing sectors. So we're training for jobs that are in demand, that are high demand, that are going to pay higher wages. We value the partnership that we have with Mojave County and with the Community Services Department, and we would be partnering to each use our expertise. So Mojave Community College would provide obviously the training, the skill development, and the county would do the participant enrollment and management. We won't have a lot of funding for supportive services. We're focusing more on skills-based training, work-based training, things like that.
Open up for comments.
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Angus.
This is for 4 program representative positions. Can you tell me how this program is different than all the other job training programs that we have in Mojave County, including the ones through the college, through different corporations, through the cities, through nonprofits? How is this one different, and why is this one so important?
This grant focuses on people who are impacted by the pandemic, so it can help them develop skills so that they can earn higher wages, which benefits economic development for the county.
Okay, so you're working with, all right, so I come to you and I'm like, the pandemic destroyed me. I need some new job skills. What does this 1 out of 4 people do?
So the program reps would be 2 for La Paz County and 2 for Mojave County that are paid by the grant. In Mojave County, we anticipate serving about 400 individuals over the 2-year course of the grant.
How do you figure that? How do you figure the number of people who are gonna, how do you get these people?
Based on the amount of money that we're gonna receive is what we estimate.
But how do they find you? Like someone who
we have money that we're going to develop a marketing plan. Mojave Community College Communications Department will develop a comprehensive marketing plan. We'll have a web page for referrals that will go to these 2 program reps. We're going to partner with Mojave County Community Services with their Atlas referral system so that we can co-enroll, so that we're not, like you discussed, all these different disparate groups, that we're all working together to coordinate grant activities and private activities in workforce development.
And how do you measure the success of this program?
We'll measure the success by the number of people who complete the training, the number of people who become employed, the wages that they earn, what are their median wages during the year after they exit the program and that they become employed.
And there are no other programs like this one in Mojave County?
It is similar to the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act programs, yes, but this is just targeted specifically at a different participant group, specifically those that were impacted by the pandemic. Maybe they're out of work or they're not earning the same income that they were prior.
So I have to prove that I was impacted by the COVID to get in here, or it's open to everybody?
You would have to prove, probably by a self-attestation, something
okay,
like that.
there's that word. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I'm an air conditioning contractor. MCC does HVAC technician training. If one of these people were going to go into the HVAC program, they're going into the same program that anybody else is going into, correct?
Correct.
So this is not, you're not going to have special COVID-19 air conditioning guy training?
No, it'll be the same training. We may, depending on the number of participants, like say for HVAC training that we get at any one time, we may add another section of HVAC training to meet the demand. But no, it's going to be the same training that anyone who registers for MCC HVAC training would receive.
Sure. Do we have similar programs to this currently or in the recent past?
The state, the Department of Economic Security had also a dislocated worker, an emergency dislocated worker grant. Yes, but in Mojave County, no, we have not. To my knowledge, I've been doing this for about 12 years. We have not had a grant similar to this, no.
Because I was going to ask you what kind of tracking did we do after the fact? You mentioned tracking whether the student completes the program, whether he gets a job, does he keep the job for a year? But since we haven't been doing a program like this, we probably have no data on that.
We have specific measures that we are required to meet through the Department of Labor, and they're pretty high. They're in the, I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but they're in the 80% would 80% and up would complete the program, 80% and up would earn the credential that's required by the training, would go to work, would remain employed for 1 year, and would earn a certain amount of wages.
Do the participants generally meet those?
Generally, yes. Based on my experience with the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, yeah, the Mojave County generally meets all the measures that are required of the grants.
Are we going to be required to provide racial quotas or preferential treatment for people of minority and underserved communities?
Not under this grant.
So there'll be no racial qualifier?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or discussion from the board? Looking for a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Move to item 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I was just curious, this effectively makes us the enforcer for the smoking ban, the Citizens Initiative smoking ban that was passed. And I'm curious if we get paid by the state to do this. Or is this something that we just absorb the cost in that for our local taxpayers?
Good morning, Board Chairman and Supervisor Gould. This is part of, and just to introduce here, this is Tara Stanek. She's our Environmental Health Division Manager. She started with us 3 months ago and has been doing an amazing job. Just to refer to that, I do believe there is a fee service applied to this, correct?
It is cost expenditure.
Here, go ahead.
It's a cost expenditure. Good morning, Supervisor, Chairman. It's a cost expenditure reimbursement grant. So we bill based upon the services that we provide, and we're reimbursed for those. Our inspectors, as part of their regular business activities and restaurant inspections, just to look sure they have the appropriate signage, there's no ashtrays in the facility, in places where this smoking is prohibited. And as far as enforcement, really our policy is just to educate and re-educate the public. And looking back at the past 2 fiscal years, no fines have been assessed to any business owners.
We have not fined any business owners?
No, not that I'm aware of.
We have received complaints And that's as part of any type of environmental health. If a restaurant receives a complaint, is followed up with an investigation just to make sure that they're compliant with regulate as defined.
Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion from the board? Hearing none, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Go to item 35. We pulled item 35. Supervisor Angus.
Okay, I was just curious about this one. What kind of tuberculosis? I know some facilities have to have TB for workers, but what do we use that for? And I just wanted to know how much this contract is for.
On the specifics, I believe for this, we have to have contracted, and Dr. Nguyen is a member of our Board of Health, but we have to have contracted a provider in order to prescribe the medication that is required for any type of treatment, and it's a part of the process for it that we have to have a provider. Seeing that we don't have a clinician as part of our department, then we contract out for this.
You prescribe medicine in your department?
Depending on what is required of the program. So if it's like sexually transmitted disease, a prescription can be provided, but it has to come from a provider. So it can't come from
So
others and such things. But this is for tuberculosis.
You refer these people to the doctor's office, or does he do the prescribing and it's disseminated through your office?
It depends on the case and the level of tuberculosis where it's at and the condition that's required. Most times it can be handled through nursing services where the person isolates, and it can just, Dr. Nguyen is contacted, he reviews the case and then prescribes any of the necessary medications.
Well, this item only talks about tuberculosis, I believe. And so does he get paid per call, or is it like sort of a retainer?
On this one, I'm not sure. I'd have to come back to you on exact payment, but...
He's retained at $2,500 a month.
Really? Mm-hmm. And how many calls does he get a month?
That I would have to come back to you on for tuberculosis. I do believe it's mandated, but I'd have to see exactly where it's at. I don't know what we're prescribed for that. As public health goes, most public health departments have to contract a clinician somewhere, and it's the retainer fee that is there is that part of that process that we have to cover, in order to have that to meet our mandated requirements for certain public health diseases.
I'd like to talk to you further about this. I mean, I know that's today we got to do this business, but it's interesting.
I can follow up and provide a cost and what activity and.
I'd just like to know how many, how many a month, how many calls, how many referrals, how many prescriptions to warrant this kind of large. I mean, he's not seeing the patient. He's just, I mean, we can use telemedicine and get it for, $5 a visit. So,
I'd have to see if he actually at any time interacts with the patients or what level. And again, I think it depends on the diagnosis and where the disease progression is at. If it's just detectable, if it's not. A lot of times, we used to get the PPD skin mark and you get it and you would have to get some type of retirement treatment to continue with your employment. A lot of times it's that where it's basic. And then sometimes with immigration, we do find active cases that need to isolate. And in that case, he might be referred to C or to handle that person.
Just a little bit more information. And
yeah.
That'd be nice.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Just for clarification, I know in Lake Havasu, I'm sure in the other areas we do too, we bring in tuberculosis patients and watch them take the medicine because some don't want to do it. So that's part of our responsibility as the health department to make sure, they're not transmitting the disease out. So.
But is that a common thing? I mean, they're not that.
Quite a few of them used to be. I don't know about now, but I know previously there was quite a few people they were having to see to make sure they took their medicine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tara?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify too, it's consultation with medical health staff. The scope of his services is not just the prescription. It includes consultation. It includes providing backup information to county health and to Supervisor Johnson's point, kind of reviewing TV cases in the county.
Okay. And you guys keep a file, so if I wanted to see how much this guy is utilized, I could see it?
Yeah, this is an activity report, as long as it's not releasing any type of
Right, no
information of a
HIPAA.
person, but just the activity-wise of number of cases. And I do believe our CHIP and CHA have some of that information in there for tuberculosis,
Okay.
and how it's affected our county. So,
Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion from the board?
Okay, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Move to item 41. We do have one request to speak form, Lynn Keenaner. Hopefully I said that right.
I noticed some people, I can't hear them, so I'm going to move the mic. Good morning, Board Chairman Lingenfelter. My name is Lynn Canianan. I live in Kingman, Arizona. I am the founder and the president of Friends of Mojave County Animal Shelter. Since we formed in July of 2019, we have raised over $355,000, mostly from our community members who support a no-kill ethic at the shelter. Although we have received donations from out of the area. We have some corporate donors. We have supplied in medical expenses in the 3.5 years over $100,000. Adoption subsidies over $83,000, food and supplies over $50,000. We are here for the animals. Friends has a dedicated volunteer team in Kingman and Bullhead area. We are at PetSmart every Saturday and often during the week at both locations in Kingman and Bullhead. In the 3.5 years, that has resulted in thousands of adoptions. Our high adoption numbers have enabled Nicole to apply for and receive grant funding from PetSmart, and we also receive huge donations from them. This year, we were asked by 3 businesses at 4 locations to set up a Christmas angel tree. And our ornaments were made by our own Jenny Anderson. And we received just tons of donations. Our community loves to help the shelter animals. We have also gained national attention. Jordan's Way, who is a 501c3 fundraising support for shelters, they did a fundraiser for us in December of 2021, and they're going to come back again this January on the 21st in helping us raise money for the shelter. There is a rescue in Atlanta that noticed that most of our dogs don't have dog beds. They create a fundraiser for us, and they raise enough money that they are sending us 25 really nice elevated dog beds. We have over 30 volunteers that come to the shelter and they walk the dogs, socialize, and they participate in training, and they're also at adoption events. I know that when the new shelter is built, we will have many, many more. When we are out, when Friends is out in the public at adoption events and in the community, we are always asked, when is the new shelter going to be started? I always stay positive and say that it's in the process, but it has been over 3 years and we're getting quite anxious. I am here today to ask you, Board of Supervisors, to approve the additional funding for the new shelter. The shelter staff does a wonderful job, but they deserve a new facility. You just can't keep a crumbling facility clean. The animals did not ask to be there. They did nothing wrong. They deserve a better environment while they're waiting for their forever homes. And I'm speaking on behalf of the animals today who cannot speak. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Into comments or discussion with the board?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Johnson.
am I correct that we went from 2 million to 5 million?
I believe that's true.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes, I believe we suggested 3 million from the get-go. It was reduced to 2.5 million and then brought back and increased to 3 million. And the longer we put this off, the higher the cost for building goes up. This got delayed a little bit because of COVID and you know, I have to agree with all of the animal activists out there and the friends of the shelter and the people that work there and manage this. It's way overdue. The price keeps going up. We can put it off another 3 years, but the price will still keep going up. We need to build the shelter is what I'm trying to say. So I'd like the county manager to kind of remind us and kind of explain how we got to where we are and why we need to go forward with this, because this is a project that I will vote yes on, but I think the public needs to be reminded where our path has taken us.
Manager Elders?
Thank you, Chairman, Supervisor Bishop. Let me start by saying this extends beyond my tenure with Mojave County. I'll start with that. When I arrived here in June of 2020, the board had already considered a project and turned it down. There were $2 million programmed. I think what was offered for that $2 million was unacceptable to the county, and what was offered to meet what the county expected was closer to the $5 million. That is my understanding. It was prior to my arrival. Since then, $500,000 was added to the budget, and then an additional $1 million was added. That was the $3.5 million that we have to work with. We brought that to the board as part of a design build proposal. We presented it in such a way that $400,000 of that would go to design and site preparation, and $3.1 million would be the maximum for the construction. The board authorized myself, the county manager, to approve the guaranteed maximum price as long as it was below $3.1 million. That was in November of 2021. I think board members, you all know what we're dealing with and have been since that time with inflation. Not only we initially considered a steel building that apparently the availability of steel and the cost of it became a major challenge with the war abroad. We then went to the current proposal of different material than steel. We've had challenges with the material, not only cost, but availability. The reason we were not able to present you a proposal in November was because the HVAC was in question, federal regulations had changed. So the proposal that we did receive was higher than the $5 million that you're looking at today. We made it clear that that was not acceptable, that we needed to find a way to value engineer and reduce. Staff has been working very hard and diligently to achieve that. They've reduced the admin building, which includes the offices and the adoption center and so on, from 4,000 some by 1,200 square feet down. We reduced it by 1,200 feet and looked at different material options and cost options to bring you what you have here today. We we understand that this is more than the $3.5 million that the board approved for us, but in light of this inflationary environment, we offer the board a scaled down version of what we started with, and the cost of construction has substantially gone up, as you have seen it in other contracts, to the point where we believe this is the minimal, but it's an optimal proposal to put in front of you. We really scrubbed it before we came forth to you, knowing that it is more money than the board had approved for us. And I may have given you the long version of the answer to my question, but that is my understanding of it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, or excuse me, Angus, excuse me.
So in the sheriff's office, we're building a building that I've been guaranteed is not going to cost more than $4 million. And this is a building for people that will have medical equipment, that will have this and all, and I believe it's even bigger. And this animal shelter, I'm being told, it's an animal shelter. I mean, it's got cages, it's got some rooms. I don't understand where the big expense, now I do understand about inflation, I do, but prices are coming down, right? I mean, aren't we seeing that? Prices coming down a bit? I know that lumber's come down, I know steel's come down. Are you seeing that?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, we keep hearing that. I honestly don't know today as I speak to you, and I try, it's always my intent to be very candid and very honest with you. So I don't know today that I can say we have seen the prices come down. We keep hearing that. But I will tell you though, what we put in front of you reflects the latest prices in the market. Items that truly have not presented us a challenge in the past, electrical wiring, HVAC, and other elements are now not only the cost, Supervisor, but also the lead time that is associated with that. We're finding ourselves interacting with the industry even more than ever before to ensure that the time allocated or allowed for a completion of a project is not unduly constraining, and that it allows for the materials to arrive and to be installed.
Okay, well, so tell everybody like where this money will be coming from, this extra money.
I would like to have our finance director come up and answer that question for you. We have looked at the 2023 budget, what flexibility we have there with you, the board. Additionally, I will tell you, we are very vigilant and mindful that we have other projects that will be coming out. We have just conducted in the month of December an industry information day per se, or an industry interest day, where we presented what projects we have coming out, the programmed amount, which is a ballpark estimate of those projects. We normally do not release accurate estimates, and the duration, so when these projects are intended or are expected to come out, and the scope of the projects on the timeline. So we're really doing what we can, but we are aware that this potential for cost increases could carry forward, and we want to make sure we're positioning ourselves to fund other projects, not putting all our eggs in one basket. And so it's not just the animal shelter that we want to deliver. It's the legal service center. It is the phase 2 of the courthouse. It is the reach out building and the sheriff's substations and so on. So we're mindful of the capital program that the board has approved in the 2023 budget.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus. To answer your question, the funding for the additional funding for the animal shelter would be sourced to the available FY23 budgeted contingency funds.
Manager Elters, I've got a question regarding the mobilization costs on this project. I fear that you're probably seeing a huge jump in mobilization costs. I mean, not only in material costs, but the price of lodging, food, and fuel. And the fact that these people, this company is in Flagstaff, the fact that we don't have a lot of these big companies that are able to construct projects that are local, we see a huge hit on mobilization, I think. I mean, what have you seen as far as mobilization cost escalation on this? I mean, because a lot of projects that I've seen, it might look good when you look at just a normal project, but if you look at our rural area and you have to have a company come in from out of the area, the mobilization costs almost sometimes make it not pencil.
I don't have the breakdown, I can pull it up, but I will say on this particular project, they've worked hard to try and use local subs, and that was part of their struggle in getting bids. One of the problems they had was getting HVAC, and I believe that their foreman is actually a local person, so I don't think that we're seeing a whole lot of mobilization, them being based out of Flagstaff, say that you would see if you had like a company out of Tucson or Phoenix coming to do it.
Thank you, Tara. Any other comments or discussion? Supervisor Johnson.
Will the finance director come back up, please? We have a building fund that the board sets aside, correct, for all new buildings construction?
Every capital project is budgeted, yes, Supervisor Johnson.
And how big is our contingency fund that we set aside for emergencies?
So our FY23 budgeted general fund contingency is $8.8 million.
And how much is this project planning on taking out of that?
Approximately $2 million.
That's all I had, thank you. Yeah, I just personally don't see where this is an emergency to be taken from our contingency fund. We just had a budget session where all these things were planned ahead and we put in the capital improvements. And I understand people are frustrated waiting, but this is taxpayer dollars, you know. I mean, if we're going to take a $2 million hit out of our contingency fund, that's there for emergencies, and I don't know what this, at least to me, it doesn't raise to the level of emergency. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Manager Elters.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, fully understand the point, and we have had other contract costs, services contract costs go up, so we're mindful of that. I did want to mention and add that as part of our FY23 budget, we had a placeholder of $2.5 million for the fairground. The board at previous meeting decided to not use that money for the fairgrounds, so that money is in our general fund, offers some flexibility to the board. So we will do what we can to utilize the flexibility that we have in our budget, whether it be in some of that money from the fairground or the contingency that our finance director mentioned to you.
Supervisor Bishop.
I have a question for the county manager, possibly the county attorney. There are several supervisors here that still have money in their ARPA budgets. Can ARPA money be used to put toward the building of the animal shelter based on the fact that many people had to abandon their animals during the COVID pandemic? Do you have an opinion on that?
It's not something that I've looked into, but we could certainly look into it. there's some arguments, without looking into it deeply, that we might be able to do that. It's certainly worth looking into.
Okay, I will commit to this board, if this passes today, that I will put through a proposal to the county attorney's office. If approved, I'll use what money I have in ARPA to put back into the general fund to balance it back out. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve this GMP amendment to contract number 21-PS-14, establishing the guaranteed maximum price for the project not to exceed $5,050,228, establishing the contract time at 412 calendar days and setting liquidated damages at $200 per calendar day, and further approve the total project budget increase of $1,950,228 sourced to the overall adopted FY23 capital improvement projects budget and available FY23 contingency funds.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that with a comment. This better be a freaking awesome animal shelter for $5 million.
It better have a picture of a poodle in it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
Nay.
You guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I've been requested to take a brief 5-minute break before we get into the public hearings. So we will re-adjourn at, let's say 10:55, 10 minutes. Or 11:55, excuse me. I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors back into order. We're going to start into the public hearings this morning. I'm starting with item 62. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 62. Anyone request to speak on item number 62? Last time, anyone request to speak on item 62? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. It's the pleasure of the board.
Chairman Lincoln.
Excuse me. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Supervisor Bizzard. Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve item 62 as written.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Going to open the public hearing on item 63. We have a number of people that have signed up to speak on item number 63. We'll start with Donna Watkins. Please come up to the podium.
My name is Donna Watkins, and I live in Beaver Dam, the community which would be directly underneath the sign which Maverick is proposing to put up. And so at this time, I am opposed to that sign, as it will be quite bright and will illuminate probably most of the homes that are right underneath there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jay Hitchcox. Jay Hitchcox.
I called on deck.
Okay, we'll put him in. Gary Dunaway.
I'm Gary Dunaway, 3469 Scarlett O'Hara. The sign, they're saying that the sign is 1,000 square foot on a 100-foot pole, or total height, 100 feet. That's almost the size of a lot of houses in our neighborhood. And we don't only have one side of the sign. Now our sign's 2,000 square feet because we're going to have light coming out both sides. And it's going to light up the area. We love our skyline dark the way it is right now. We moved to this area for a reason. And we don't want to be like Mesquite. You drop over the hill and there it is, nothing but signs. Now, if this gets approved or disapproved, does that mean the other truck stops are going to have signs 100 feet? And now we're going to have 4 of them because we're going to have 4 truck stops / convenience stores, gas stations in less than a 2-mile distance. So we're going to be lit up like Las Vegas. So I'm saying no to this sign. And I wish you supervisors would come to our area and take a look at it. I know, Chairman, you've been there, and I don't know how many of the others and stuff, but you know our little community's pretty close and tight. So we don't want this kind of improvement coming in, but we can't stop it. But hopefully we can stop the sign being 100 feet. Our forefathers put 45 feet in a sign for a reason. And hopefully it wasn't because they didn't want us to become a Las Vegas, where the whole valley is lit up. And that's what will happen if it's all signs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charles McKeon.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles McKean, and I live at 65 Scarlett O'Hara. I know, look at my address. Scarlett O'Hara Drive. Gary and I are a couple houses apart, and this project, as you know, is just directly up from us. We went through the first meeting, And I wasn't really aware of where that sign was going to go or the magnitude of that size of sign. What I've done in the last few days, I took a drone up above our house, excuse me, and I flew that flat area just above my house. And I was probably, from the plateau up there, probably about 40 feet up. And what I was after was to look where the interstate was on the north, coming around the bend where the construction is on our bridge, down south towards Mesquite. And so I just stopped the drone up there and just took a whole visual of the whole thing. And I had total visibility of the interstate at 40 feet. Now, what just tickled me, I just got a map of what's the projected thing of this, where the sign's gonna set. And I had visions of it setting back north towards our butte there, but they've got it out. And if they put, well, let's go the other way. In my opinion, if we go with a 100-foot sign and 1,000 square feet illumination, it's totally overkill. And personally, I'm not a business person or anything else, but I can see where, you know, more attraction than the other 3 stations going in. And that's one of my biggest concerns too. You know, like Gary said, if we get this one, the variance passed, what keeps the other 3 from bringing in and trying to get their variance down the road? So anyway, to make a long story short, I vote no on this whole thing, and I hope you do too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Polly Dalkey.
Need a stool. Mr. Chairman, supervisors, manager, attorney, I respect your positions. I've held a couple of similar positions. I am a member of the Beaver Dam HOA. I'm a member of the executive board, and I'm the president of the HOA, and I know that part of our responsibility is to protect our HOA as a board member. And I also grew up on a ranch, and I've lived in rural areas most of my life, and that's why I chose to come in the winter and get out of the cold and in Beaver Dam, because it's, I guess we'd call it semi-rural. And I think that height of a light will light up all the half of Beaver Dam, including the bar, the store, the golf course, the 2 RV parks that are already there. I buy gas at Maverick, okay, I admit it. I go buy my pop at Maverick. I'm not opposed to Maverick, but I am opposed to a high sign. If I was a business person, I'm not, I would make sure I had a good sign coming out of Mesquite North before you get to the TA. And I would make sure as soon as you come out of the gorge, coming south, you have a sign before you get to the Pilot and the Terribles. So that's how I feel about it. I oppose it, and I'm supporting our HOA.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken Krunsberger, if I mispronounced that, I apologize.
Good job on the name. My name is Ken Kronsberger, and I live at 3423 Scarlett O'Hara. And I'd like to have you go for a ride with me for just a little bit. If you're coming out from the south going north on the interstate, and you see a sign over there that says TA Gas, right in that, off that same exit, there'll be one called Maverick. If you exit the freeway, go down and turn to go to those gas stations, you will see TA a half a mile back toward Mesquite, which means you travel a half mile in and a half mile back to get fuel. But on the right-hand side, you'll see a Maverick station that's only about 300 feet off the road. So it's 300 feet in and 300 feet back. I would not need, as a driver, I would not need a 1,000-foot sign to tell me which one to go to. Now, if you're coming from the north, if you get past Desert Springs truck stop, and you make that exit, when you make that exit to go to those gas stations, either the TA or the Maverick, you're going to drive right alongside of the Maverick property. I mean, from me to alongside the Maverick property. As you get to Highway 91 and you make your right-hand turn to go either to the Maverick or to the TA truck stop, you look to the TA and it's a half a mile toward Mesquite and a half mile back to get your fuel to get back on the freeway. If you look to your right, you will see that you're only 300 feet or so from the Maverick station. I don't need a 1,000-square-foot sign to tell me that I need to turn right. So I'm not in favor of the increased size on the sign. We have a retirement community that lives right below, not off to the side, but right below. If you're driving into the Maverick, you can look over the edge and see some of these guys' backyard. And we bought there because we can have a little bit of quiet and be able to see the desert sky at night. If you put that sign in there, flashing red and green, we'll think we're seeing the northern lights. So we'd rather be able to see the desert stars than to see the price of gas flashing in our bedroom windows. So I thank you very much for your consideration, but I vote no on the increased size sign. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Dolat.
Yes, sir. I basically oppose the sign. First of all, excuse me, it seemed like the only people that were notified of this was people within 300 feet. I happen to own 17 acres in Beaver Dam, and the only way that I found out about it is through other people, because first of all, the sign for the meeting was yay big, and it was turned on the side of the street where you could see it, but you had to look for it pretty seriously. I just do not believe that we need a sign that height or that big of a sign to tell somebody there is a gas station there. There's already going to be the TA. When you get off that road, if you're coming south towards Mesquite, when you get off that off-ramp, I don't see how they are going to be able to get semis into Maverick when directly across the street there's a street going up to TA. When they go up to TA, you're going to have semis, singles, doubles, and triples trying to come back down to turn right to get back on the freeway. You're going to have them trying to turn left to go up to TA. You're going to have them turning right to try to get into Maverick. It does not appear to me that it's really a very good idea. So I oppose the sign. Can't do anything about the stations, but that's my opinion. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Janet Larimore.
I don't really have anything to add except that I am opposed to the special use permit. I agree with everything my neighbors have said.
Thank you, ma'am. Sharon Chappell.
If we have the minimum, he's on 15 right there.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Sharon Chappell. I live at 3440 East Clark Gable Drive in Beaver Dam. I'm here along with all my neighbors, and my position is that I oppose this 100-foot sign, definitely. I don't believe that Maverick or the developer has proved in any way that he needs to have a sign that big. I think whatever the statue is, I believe it's 45 feet, I'm not sure, but I think it's 45 feet, would be adequate for what they need. We don't need all that extra light and all those extra signs that large. Unless you know another place, I've only heard of one other sign in the state of Arizona that's 100 feet. So I don't see why it has to have another one where we are. I'm also a member of the executive board of our HOA. I'm here to help all the neighbors and all of us together to come before you and ask you please to deny this sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Alan Rayner.
Good morning. My name is Alan Rayner. I reside in the Beaver Dam community at 303 North Arrowhead Loop. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. We understand that we can't stop the development, and it's going to go on as planned. The development in and of itself would alter and will alter the skyline forever. It will wash out the night sky forever. A sign built at a height of a 10-story building, erected on a butte that is already 60 feet above our community, directly above it, will be a permanent eyesore that will further spoil the ambiance of our community. It has no redeeming qualities. It simply adds insult to injury. With miles of desert in either direction, there are certainly better options. We would ask that the Board of Supervisors support to deny the approval of this special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dennis Valco. Dennis Valco. Steve Richards.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Richards. I live at 901 North Joshua Tree Avenue, about a mile down the Old Pioneer from where this is going to be built. As it is right now, when it's dark and there's any kind of fog or anything in the air, we already are illuminated by the Desert Springs truck stop that's there now. I'm scared to think of what it's going to look like in another 6 months or a year. As everybody said, we know that there's going to be development there. It would be very nice if the county or the requirements would be a low light development so that we don't have these problems. The idea of a 100-foot sign is ludicrous. You can see anything from that area coming down the road, and as previous speaker said, when you get off the highway, you're going to go to the closest one you see. It's not a sign that gets you there. You need gas, you're going to go in there. So I'm not going to stretch this out any. It's just I'm opposed to it. As it is, I live a mile down the road. I'm scared for the people that live right underneath this. But thank you for the time to speak. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. And we'll try this one more time. Jay Hitchcox.
I'm Jay Hitchcock. Thank you for this opportunity to speak my mind, I guess. I oppose the sign. I bought my house there for a purpose, just so I can watch. I love to stargaze, and it's really a real nice community, but it's not going to be a nice community. We get so much light there. I can see the lights from my house, or not from my house, but just that across the street from Desert Skies, Desert Springs rather. And it's just, I don't know, and that's what, 2 miles away? So I don't, I just don't understand why we need to sign that. I mean, the law right now, I get, is 45 feet and without a variance. This is more than double that. Most houses in our area is roughly 1,000 to 1,100 square feet. That's how big that sign's going to be, big as the floor plan of my house. I just can't imagine. I really oppose a sign of that size. I think we go back to the size that the law requires. It was put there for a purpose. That should be very sufficient. I'm also worried about the just everything. It's just blowing out of sight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, one other thing. I would like to invite all of you guys to come down and take a look at what we've got down there to offer, and what Maverick is going to do to us as residents.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last individual we had signed up. Is there anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on item 63? Going once? Going twice? I'm going to close the public hearing on item 63. I'm going to open the discussion for the board. Supervisor Bishop?
I'm wondering if there are any signs in Beaver Dam located along the interstate, and you could probably answer that for me.
Thank you. There is one, and what I think is happening here, I think that the vote came before this board before I was actually elected. There is one size sign that's as big as this, and what I think that, so I think there's one of this size, but what I think has happened is all the travel centers now and into the future, it's going to be like, well, they have one. It's a keep up with the Joneses type of a thing. Everybody's going to want their own 100-foot sign too. Sorry. Isn't it a? Oh, okay. Where?
The only 100-foot sign in the state is in Yucca.
It's not built.
Oh, it's not built yet, right? Not yet. No.
The Flying J sign is 45 feet.
Director Walsh, yeah, come on down.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, to answer the question, there have been, so last year, I believe it was last year, the board approved an amendment to the zoning ordinance which allowed for a zoning use permit or a special use permit in order to allow larger signs along I-40 and I-15. Since that was approved, we've had 2 of them been applied for and approved. One was in Yucca. That was for an 85-foot sign and about 627 square feet. That was for the Yucca Pride Station. Another one was approved June 2022 of last year, June of 2022. About a half a mile south of this property at 100 feet high, but they are staying under the 500 square foot as allowed in the ordinance without a special use permit.
Is that the TA station?
I believe so. That is the TA. About a half a mile south of this on Virgin Acres Boulevard.
Supervisor Angus?
This item is a denial, correct? So a yes vote on this would be to deny it. And that it went through planning and zoning. I know you said that only people with 300, but enough people must have come down because the vote for denial was 8-2, correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, that is correct. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial for this item at an 8-2 vote.
Okay.
And Director Walsh, that 100-foot high sign that was approved up in that area, that's right off of Interstate 15, off of Rincon and Virgin Acres Boulevard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, and there aren't really any houses within 300 feet of that development right now.
I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
This house is about a quarter mile away.
So the Planning and Zoning Commission, they did recommend denial by an 8-2 vote. Any other discussion from the Board of Supervisors?
I think we should all go stay with Mr. Hitchcock and take him up on his offer. I hope you have a big house.
We all have to be seated.
So I just wanted to thank all of you for coming such a great distance to let us know how this is going to affect your community. And I have mixed feelings on this. I personally, when I travel, I appreciate signs, but I also like a dark house at night too, so thank you.
Supervisor Angus.
Okay, well, I'm ready to make a motion to deny, but to the gentleman who said that if this was passed, the price of gas would be flashing in your bedroom, talk about insult to injury, having to see the price of gas flashing. So I'm going to make a motion that we accept the denial of the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution number 2023-016.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All against say no. Motion carries. We're going to open the public hearing for item 64. We do have a number of speakers on item number 64. We're going to start with Denley Falke. Excuse me if I mispronounced that.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingerfelder and Board. I would like to ask if it's possible to stay this for 30 days to give me time. I feel like I'm not represented well and need more time to prepare. Is it possible to do that?
I don't think we can respond during the open public hearing, can we?
Not during the public hearing, but for purposes of parliamentary procedures, the board certainly has the ability to approve, deny, or postpone any action that's on the agenda.
We can discuss it more. We've had a lot of people that have driven down and filled out their request to speak forms. We'll hear them first, if we could.
Okay. Would I start with, so are we saying we're going to go forward with it? Or what are we saying?
We're going to get through the public hearing. We're going to hear all the public testimony. We can talk about whether or not postponement is something that the board wants to do after we close the public hearing.
Okay. So I thought I would maybe explain while I'm here a little bit what I want to do, a little more thorough. So I want to put in 25 RV spots plus 6, phase 1 of B6, where I can have my workers work our farm. We have greenhouses, we have orchards. We've planted over 750 fruit and nut trees, shade trees, and we want to beautify the place, and we're just getting started. And so for us to have an RV park, it's not going to be just a regular RV park. It's going to be large spots, lots of trees, a nice clubhouse, pool, sauna, spa type of thing. In fact, we want to raise food and kind of farm to table, kind of a health retreat. That's my world, is health. So that's what I kind of want to, that's my focus. And so I've got this RV, this plant tucked behind an orchard, my orchard. I don't even think it'll be seen from the road unless maybe it's winter time and you can see through the trees, but you'll have to look for it, and it's going to be, well, situated. It's going to be beautiful. I'm going to create like a Garden of Eden right there. And so Where I have it situated is not even going to affect my neighbors. I want to be a good neighbor. It's going to be on the other side of the property. They'll have to hunt to find the RVs. There'll be so many trees and things, and it's going to be on the other side of the property. And may I say that getting to this property, you have to go through a lot of junk to get there. Along the road, there's old trailers, there's old truck beds just sitting there for years and rotting on the way to the property. And so
just wrap it up really quick.
Yes,
if you could.
okay. And so what I want to do is beautify it. I want it to make it a better place. And some of the people that are protesting this beautiful idea live in trailers themselves or RVs, whatever. And so it's, you know, a little bit hypocritical in my mind because that's what the area is. I just want to improve it and make it beautiful. And so anyway, if I can postpone this for a final decision, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
I feel like I've done everything that's needed and is required in this zoning to have approval, and I feel like that, so.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Steve Richards.
Good afternoon once again. I'm Stephen Richards. I live at 901 North Joshua Tree Avenue, kind of catty corner to where this proposed RV park wants to go in. First off, special use. I don't see how this is not deemed a commercial enterprise. Everything that Denley just described is commercial. First off, then farm to market. Anyway, right now there's already RVs on the property. When I first moved there, I was allowed one RV on my property, and I was doing that so I could live in that while I built my house, which I did. Also, the main thing is our road. Our road is highly traveled right now just by residents that live in the area. The idea I heard on the last was 17 people in and out of an RV park a day. That's not going to get very much use, and I don't know how you're going to make it with an RV park. Secondly, we have a large RV park going in right now. We have two down at the end of the street, and that's going to be, we also have Sleeping Chief RV Park. All those are just fine. That's enough to support our area, plus over in Littlefield going up Old 91, there's two more RV parks. So the need for another RV park is just not there. Plus, this is a mile and a half down the road in a residential area. This is everything that's back there. That's why I moved down there, because I wanted to be as far away from all the going on that there is down on Old 91. So now we're going to have an RV park down there, which people are going to come and go. They're certainly going to probably have ATVs, all the other stuff, plus all the people that you have that go out and wander around into all places that they shouldn't be, because they're already doing that. So I'm just very opposed to this. It's not needed. We don't want it. It's a quiet area. We'd like to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tom O'Donnell.
Hello, my name's Tom O'Donnell. I live at 890 North Ironwood. As you can hear from all the people here and on the sign, most of us moved to Beaver Dam because it's a quiet, peaceful area. It's very scenic, very desert. I don't know why we need an absentee landlord to come in and beautify the area by putting in an RV park and a future health spa. That's a commercial enterprise. We're zoned AR, that's why we bought there. When adjacent property owners were notified of this proposed RV park, over 3/4 of them responded to deny. I would be very upset if we get this postponed. I have to come down here a third or fourth time. We've already drove down twice, spent a lot of time sending in notices to you in response to your notices that you put up on the 300 foot. We want to deny this. This is ridiculous in an AR zone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dennis Valco.
Good afternoon. My name's Dennis Velk. I live at 902 North Ironwood, adjacent to the property in question. I bought my property 14 years ago, and actually when I drove down Old Pioneer Road, it was, I said to my sister, because I went there to visit her, I thought, what a dump. Once again, you had just what Denley had said, there's mobile homes there, parked as you're coming up the road, maybe about a half mile or so. But the area beyond that in question is rural agricultural. I invested in a property there. There was no paved roads, and all us neighbors chipped in not only our money, but our time to fix that main road coming in. Some of those lots that have been sold up there, there's people putting up to 3 campers, pop-ups and whatnot, and they have campfires, and there's no restrictions whatsoever. And I guess that, you know, we've been maintaining those roads. If this is allowed, we'll have 37 trucks, 37 RVs, 37 more UTVs up that road. And I bought it too, because it was semi-country out, it was out a ways. I have 3 lots, which I'm not going to put any campers on them or anything else. I invested in that area because it was my winter home. And when you start bringing these RVs in and that, and you know, it devalues our properties that we stuck a lot more money in. And I'm totally opposed to it, sirs and ladies. So. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Dunaway.
When I first moved here, I've got a lot of friends on Pioneer Road, and it used to be a rutted, potholed dirt road. I know the neighbors all pitched in. They funded the road themselves to bring in millings and oil, to put it asphalt and clean the road up. It's a very nice road compared to what it used to be. It is not built by county standards by any means. And with this kind of traffic on there, the road's going to be back to potholes, dirt, and all this other, and it make it tough to go drink beer with your friends. So I oppose the traffic and an RV park.
Thank you, sir. Donna Watkins.
I'm Donna Watkins, and I live in Beaver Dam, and I oppose the RV park in support of my neighbors. And Gary's right, the road can't handle that kind of traffic going back and forth. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. David Dolan or Dolad?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I do live on Old Pioneer Road. I have a 17-acre parcel there. And when we moved there, the road was terrible. We did chip in several $1,000s, my wife and I, and my daughter, because she has property next door to ours on the 17. We have come out twice. I don't think we should have to come out a third time. The man should have been prepared for the meeting. He knew what was going on. I do too. Let's get this thing opposed like it should be. We spent $6,000, $7,000 money. I gave 3 days backhoe time to load trucks, to bring equipment in, and to bring the road in. I definitely oppose it, and I don't see that the RV park up the street is going to help. There's going to be traffic. It's going to tear our road up. Who's going to pay for our road? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sharon Chappelle.
Sharon Chapel. I live in Beaver Dam. I drive up that road quite a bit. I have friends that live up there, and it is a little rough when you first go in as far as the homes and stuff, but there's still nice homes. And as you drive through, it's a beautiful place back there. And I don't blame these people for not wanting to have all that traffic on that road because they paid to have it fixed before. And is the county going to come in and put a new road in for them? I doubt it. And is this gentleman going to put a new road in? I doubt it. I hope that you will deny his request for a continuance and deny his request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jay Hitchcox.
Again, I'm Jay Hitchcox. I live in Beaver Dam, and I oppose the park. Like everyone else said, the road was terrible. It's now fixed for the residents there at the residents' expense. It's just not something that we need in Beaver Dam. I mean, our skyline's going to be bad anyway, and it's not going to help us at all. And Supervisor Bishop, you're welcome to come to my house anytime, and my wife will even fix your dinner.
I have your address.
Thank you, sir. That was the last individual we had signed up. Is there anyone else that would like to provide public testimony on item 64? Going once? Going twice? Oh, no? Change mine?
I'd just like to say I'm opposed.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 64. Open it to the Board of Supervisors for discussion. Supervisor Angus.
Just like the last one, this one was put up to deny it at a 6-4. A little more people voted to approve it, but that's what we're doing on this item. So I'm ready to make a motion, unless anyone else.
I just have one question.
Supervisor Bishop.
If I might. There was mention that there's numerous RV parks in the area already. I'm just curious, do these RV parks do a good business? Are they full or are they empty?
They're all out at the end of Pioneer Road by Highway 91. There's none. We're a mile and a half farther back. And they don't use the road. They're at the very entrance of the road within a quarter mile.
My question is, do these RV parks do a good business? Are they full or are they partially full?
They are opening another.
Could you state your name for the record if you're going to speak?
I can answer the question. All the RV parks that are down there right now, the primary ones are Sleeping Chief, which is down across from the post office. That one is full. I mean, it's all seasonal down there. So the ones that are down there, yes, they're full right now. But I wouldn't even say all full. Anastasi just opened up. That's just up on the south side of 15. And then there's another one across from the church, and that one's pretty full. I mean, they're on the average. They're pretty full. But there's 100, I believe it's probably 125 spot RV park that's going in on the top of the hill, coming out of coming out of Beaver Dam, going into going up Old 91 towards Ivans, that one's not even open yet, but it's going to be a huge RV park. And that one is going to, just our area alone, that's going to increase the traffic just in our area.
Sir, could you state your name again for the clerk, please?
I'm sorry, yes, it's Stephen Richards, 901 North Joshua Tree Avenue.
Okay, so that was what perked my curiosity is, number one, I just bought an RV a couple days ago, so I want to make sure when I travel that there's places for me to stay. So that's a little selfish on my part, but you guys live in a beautiful area. My father used to tell me, like 30 years ago, Beaver Dam is the place. You got to go there and you got to buy property. And I have been to Beaver Dam. It is beautiful. That whole country up there is ripe for tourism.
It's very
you got
beautiful,
Zion and Bryce and the Red Rocks, and you've
more
got
people you put in a concentrated area. If you look at St. George right now, is beautiful, but it's getting more crowded all the time. And right now, you're going to increase the traffic. If we have 100, that's bigger than, or as big as Desert Skies, what's going in on top of the hill up there. And Desert Skies is in Mesquite right now. And we don't even have yet, until the truck stop opens, we don't have a store. So that's going to be people going in and out up to Mesquite, and we got a bridge closed for another year, so that's going to increase the traffic. It's going to get crazy there, and that's what I liked about, that's what all of us like about Beaver Dam. We're kind of a hidden little place there, and it's not going to be hidden for much longer. So
yeah, I know. You know, when we moved to Kingman, it was just the same way. There was nobody here.
That's what we don't want.
1950.
We do not want Yuma. Thank you very much.
So your area is the Sedona of Arizona. Just people have not discovered you yet, but they're discovering you now. And Supervisor Lincolnfelter promotes your area all the time. So you're being discovered. It's pretty.
We try and keep it a secret, but thank you very much.
You're certainly welcome. And yeah, I'm envious that you live up there.
I just wanted to make a point that...
Can you come to the podium?
So you got to come to the podium if you're going to talk. And again, if you can repeat your name for the clerk of the board, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Val.
Would you wait?
I just wanted to make a point that Virgin Acres, which is that whole subdivision there, is, when it was originally drawn, I believe it was done by high school students. So the planning in the first place wasn't real good because you have a T coming this way and you can only come in certain areas this way, and we've just had problems over there about that for the last several years, where property lines are, and mine being one of them. I bought the property and the realtor said, well, okay, this is property line, this is property line, so I built a fence around it, a nice log fence. Neighbor to the side of me that just moved in, oh, well, it doesn't look right. So anyway, that property line was in the middle of the road. So I had to go through zoning with Wayne Griffin, and I ended up repaying for some more land that I thought was mine in the first place. But the fact of the matter is, it's residential and or agriculture. And by bringing an RV park in there with the saunas and clubhouse and beer and whatnot, it changes it. And I guess us as neighbors don't want it, you know, and we paid for it to stay the way it is to a certain extent. But there's a lot of lots out there that, well, they're not for sale anymore. It's all sold out. But then when you bring in 37 units in a phase 1 and 2, and it's my understanding that there's going to be a phase number 3, and I guess opposing it the second time.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to bring the applicant back up as I committed to previously. Sir, would you come down to the podium, please? So you've asked this board to consider a postponement. I'm just curious, I assume you went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, you listened to the testimony there, the reasoning of that
Yes.
board's vote. What do you think that you would gain from a postponement of this item?
I want some representation. I mean, I feel like that this is still United States of America and not mob rule, shall we say. I mean, I feel like that I have property and I have property rights, and I think they should be respected also. And I'm just trying to have a farm. I'm trying to have a place for my farmers to work, and I feel like I'm being pushed around, and I feel like I have rights, and so I need counsel. Talking about the road, I mean, I'm willing to talk about anything if it makes sense. Let's make sense and let's work it out. And it's not going to be just any RV park with a bunch of tight RVs and squeezing as much as we can. This is going to be like a luxury RV resort. It's going to be a nice place. And before we all jump to the conclusion that it's going to be this or it's going to be that, we're going to be drinking beer and all that kind of stuff, we're pulling this stuff out of somewhere it shouldn't come out of. And so I'm saying whatever problems there is, let's talk about it. Let's work it out, because I want to make it a nice place. It's going to look nicer than what's sitting there right now, I'll tell you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We do have private property rights. We also have zoning codes, and what we're considering today is a special use permit, which will provide a special use under the current zoning of where you're at. I mean, that's how we manage property in this county right now. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to state why you thought, what you think you would gain or benefit from this board postponing it. I just wanted to give you that.
That's what it'll be. I need some help. And I feel like I need it because I feel like I'm being overruled just by the mob. And so I would like to have the chance to represent myself.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I'm going to open it back up to the board for comments or discussion or a motion.
Chairman Lingenfelter,
Supervisor Angus.
I make a motion that we deny the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution number 2023-017.
Do we have a second? I'll go ahead and second that. We have a motion and a second.
Discussion.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a problem giving the person 30 days to obtain counsel. I just wanted to state that.
Thank you. Any other discussion points on that? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Looks like the commission's recommendation of denial carries. Item number 65, open the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to provide public testimony on item number 65?
Excuse me, sir. On 64, is it denied? RV park?
Yes, it was denied. Is there anyone that wishes to provide public testimony under item number 65? Going once? Going twice? I'm going to close the public hearing on item 65. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 66. We do have one signed up to speak, Tammy Ersenbach.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, at the last Planning and Zoning meeting, I stated that there were more than one manufacturer of sheds on the same road. I should have said that sell sheds, not manufacture. I apologize for the confusion that this may have made. Sorry.
Thank you, Tammy. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to provide public comments on item number 66? I'm going to close the public hearing on item 66. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. It is 10 to 1 o'clock. Does the board want to take a lunch break?
I'd like to take just it doesn't have to be a full lunch, 15, 20 minutes tops. Did we lose Supervisor Johnson?
Supervisor. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, he is connected.
Oh, okay.
Would 30 minutes work for everyone for lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to adjourn and for lunch. We'll reconvene in half an hour. So is it about 1:20? Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting back into order. Item number 67, Director Latosky.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. Happy New Year. This item concerns a right-of-way abandonment application that we have processed in the Kingman Airport Industrial Park. It entails the abandonment of actually two public rights-of-ways and two roads, one being Railroad Avenue, which is on the west end of the park, parallel to the BNSF tracks, as well as Columbus Way, which actually the county does maintain. We're bringing this to the board with an offer on behalf of the applicant for $100,000 for the total 5.12 acres of right-of-way, as well as 1.67 for Columbus Way. However, the appraised value is $165,000. So staff brings this to the board for a business decision on whether or not to abandon these public rights-of-ways.
Supervisor Bishop?
I just wanted to ask why this is being brought to us for less than the appraised value when we've been pretty firm on this board by at least going with the appraised value. Are there circumstances that we're not aware of? Are these people not able to afford the appraised value or indigent? Are there...
The applicants in the audience, would you like to approach the podium, please?
And just one last thing, Supervisor Bishop, good question. Staff is a facilitator. We don't make a recommendation, but we take what the applicant desires to present to the board for consideration. So this is not a staff recommendation at $100,000, but it's more the applicant's offer.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Come up,
Mr. Chairman.
And Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you. This is a question for the attorney. If somebody's offering us less than what it's valued at, doesn't it have to go out to a bid? See if anybody wants it. I mean, because we only usually give those lower prices for governments.
Supervisor Johnson, Chairman Lingenfelter, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. Gentlemen, would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Derek Jurgis, 9425 Commerce Drive, Kingman, Arizona. One of the partners and of this project, and together with our surveyor.
Good afternoon. My name is Riley Pearson, and I own Abundance Land Services, and I am a consultant of the owner.
Thank you. I brought you up to the podium. I believe Supervisor Bishop had some questions that maybe you might be able to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to provide some more background on this and how we've got to where we are and everything. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen. And my question is simple, I would like to know why you don't feel this is worth the appraised value.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a bit of background on it, and it'll kind of tell that story. So, the gentleman here is developing the adjacent site. He submitted a grading plan. Realized kind of after the fact that there's a minor encroachment of some fill dirt. The toe of the slope encroaches into Columbus Way. That encroachment entails about 1/10 of an acre, which is about 50 times smaller than the petitioned abandonment here. We worked with the Public Works Department to try to figure out how to, best manage that where the dirt encroaches into the public right-of-way, ask about some kind of permanent encroachment permit, or if possibly we could petition for an abandonment of only the affected area, which again is about 1/10 of an acre. And this overall approximate 5-acre abandonment of both roadways adjacent to the property is the recommendation that we got from Public Works. So it's kind of the route that we were, led down. And then we found out that with this abandonment, that these have to be, that this, that they need to be paid for. It's not just abandoned for free, that, it's standard here to have it appraised and then, make an offer from that. You may be wondering how the county got this property to begin with, and that would be when the Airport Commerce Park was developed in Arizona per ARS 11-822 Part E, when a subdivision is platted, the rights of way become, fee simple property of the municipality of the governing jurisdiction, which in this case is your county. That's not the case everywhere, but that is the case in Arizona. So the county, the county didn't pay for this land. The county, is kind of part of developing the commerce, the Airport Commerce Park. There's no benefit to the public of these roadways. his business, the adjacent businesses, they already have access to their sites, is well established. Nobody's using these roads. Columbus is kind of a road to nowhere. It is paved, goes to the end where it intersects with Railroad. And then Railroad is just a complete dirt piece of property with some weeds growing on it between his property and the railroad tracks. You know, I would argue that it only poses a liability to you. You know, there's weeds there, there's dust if anybody, you know, any ATVs or anybody rides through there. It's just sort of a public nuisance and a liability that this time the county is responsible for, you know, the maintenance and upkeep of. And then again, to the appraisal, as you probably all know, when a piece of property is appraised, the appraisal price is determined on a highest and best use. And I believe the appraisal, you may have a copy of it, the highest and best use of this property per the appraisal method is as a part of the adjacent properties. So yes, according to the appraiser, the value of this piece of land is the $165,000 as a part of the adjacent commercial properties, as a non-used roadway. I mean, is it worth $165,000? You know, I can't answer that, of course, but that just gives you guys a little bit more background on how we got here, why we're here, and why we believe that $100,000 is we hope is an acceptable offer to you all.
Okay, so I appreciate that explanation, and I agree, the roadway is not going to hurt the county any. Nobody's going to really miss the absence of those roads because they're not really being utilized. But the fact remains that according to the appraisal, this will increase the value of the larger parcel when they're combined. So, you know, if you want to go forward and get another appraisal, I think maybe we could possibly continue this, but typically the board has held pretty steady with sticking with the appraised value.
Supervisor Angus, do you have a comment? No. Andrew Elters, this industrial park is managed by the city of Kingman. Have we had any comments from the city of Kingman regarding this?
Chairman Lingenfelter, I would defer to Steve on that. I have not had any interaction with the city directly.
Filatoski? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, yes, the city of Kingman is aware of this proposal. The city engineer has, because the city has existing utilities within at least Columbus Way, the city has asked that a public utility easement be maintained in place should the actual right-of-way be abandoned, and that would be part of this action.
Thank you, Steve. Were their comments strictly limited to the utility easement, or did they have any sort of an opinion on abandonment of this roadway within their industrial park?
To the best of my knowledge and in looking over the background material, it appears our comments were focused only on the utilities, protecting the utilities they have.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So will the board?
Chairman, can I add one thing? I'm sorry.
Sir.
When we originally started down this path with Public Works, we were only discussing the 1.66 acres on Columbus, and we did not really ask for any of railroad, and the railroad, I guess it's called Railroad Road, you know, back there, is the piece of dirt that we have no interest in even till now. So if that was removed and we were to pay $100,000, even if it was just for Columbus, that would serve our purpose. Our biggest issue is Columbus, and railroad kind of got thrown in there, and it's a piece of dirt between a railroad and a water retention, and it's unpaved, it's unusable, and if it was pulled out of this deal, I would be fine with that also, if that helps at all. We're just trying to kind of come to a fair situation for us. Like he was stating, we had an approved plan. We were moving forward with it. When the county field inspector came by, he noticed that this plan doesn't work without taking a piece of that or creating a whole nother develop situation on that side. So that's where this came from. Just kind of giving you that.
I'd really like to emphasize, I'm a surveyor, so I've surveyed the impacted area, and it's about 10 feet wide and 470 feet long, so 4,700 square feet, more or less, like I said earlier, a tenth of an acre. So his project's impacts have impacted a tenth of an acre of the public right-of-way, and then he's been led down this path to today, where we're in front of you for this abandonment of over 5 acres. It's not, the project is happy to receive whatever size abandonment would satisfy the county. We don't necessarily, we're not, I guess what I'm trying to say is we're not the ones pushing for this 5 acres. We don't believe, he doesn't believe, I don't believe, we aren't asking, the 5 acre idea did not originate from here. That's kind of the path we've been led down, over a tenth of an acre encroachment. And we've been, fine to go along with that, the schedule, the project and everything, we're happy to, absorb that 5 acres if we can come to an agreement to keep things moving.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Oh, just one second. You said that you were a surveyor. Are you an appraiser too?
No.
I was going to say, if you were, we should hire you.
Supervisor Bishop.
So can we possibly continue this to allow these gentlemen to get an amended appraisal, leaving the one property off, and maybe that price would be more to their liking?
If leaving that off is an option, I mean, again, it was kind of put to us from Public Works that it was an all or nothing. It's either get the dirt out of the right of way or absorb this 5 acres is kind of how it's been understood to me. So again, if we can have it appraised for a smaller amount, or I mean, I don't even necessarily think you, again, I'm not an appraiser, but I don't think you would need to reappraise it. You could just calculate it's $1 per acre, $1 per square foot of value assigned to this. You could just apply that to a smaller area and come up with a new price if that's something that is acceptable to the county.
Okay, county manager, can we do that?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop. Excuse me. I would like to ask Steve to come back to the podium and explain to the board Public Works' reason for suggesting the two being combined, and ask the applicant if continuation of 2 weeks does not impact their schedule negatively. That would be my recommendation to you, the board, to allow the Department of Public Works and the applicant to revisit this and perhaps come to a more acceptable option for the board and for the applicant. It would be a win-win for all.
Thank you. Director Latosky.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, with all due respect to the applicant, Public Works, when we receive abandonment applications, they are wholly driven by the applicant. This item was earlier presented to the board as part of an acceptance and referral of the application. It clearly stated that Railroad and Columbus Way were entertained. At no time have I become aware that we were not pursuing what the applicant originally presented to Public Works for proposal of the abandonment. We don't know what their project is. We generally don't like to get involved in their project and what their needs are. This can be an item that could go back to staff for modification. Right now, Columbus Way is a 60-foot right-of-way. That right-of-way was provided to the county via the city of Kingman in 2005. If the county were to still maintain that roadway, we could only see that it'd be the lesson to about 50 feet total. So we have about 10 feet to work with. So if it does come back for a continuance and the staff works with the applicant, I would like to pull in my engineering department as well to kind of study what we could still make work if the county were to still maintain Columbus Way. Otherwise, it may be in the county's interest to at least entertain the full abandonment of Columbus Way, but pull Railroad Avenue out of consideration.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Are you gentlemen okay with continuing this and working with Public Works?
Definitely, yes.
Okay,
So I'm not sure where that confusion was with Railway Road, but we can dig into that, and whether it's the 10 feet or a new appraisal of only Columbus and purchasing just Columbus, we're totally good with that.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue until the next board meeting for 2 weeks.
Second.
We have a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another question for the attorney. They were talking about, let's say they come back and they say, well, we only want this one road to purchase. We have a purchase price or a appraisal for both roads. How do we know, he's talking about, well, we just divide it up and say it's $1 a square foot or whatever it is. Is that legal under the statutes that we can, we're not appraisers. We have no idea what the land is worth. If we just start making up our own formulas.
Chairman Lingenfelter, I would agree. I don't think we can make up our own formula. We do need an appraisal. I haven't looked in detail at the appraisal that's been given, but it would seem unlikely to me that the current appraisal contemplates the value of just a small portion of what was originally appraised here. We would likely need a new appraisal.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I'd happily get a new appraisal and get that brought, to the council.
Can we get that done in 2 weeks?
Right, that's the question.
I would have to call my appraiser and see how he could do that, and we could follow up. So maybe that, not 2 weeks, but maybe 1 month we come back.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to 30 days. Bring it back in 30 days for...
I'll amend my second.
No, I'll take it. We'll do the...
Any other discussion from the board?
One other question, if you guys don't mind.
We've already,
sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 68. Is this yours, Steve?
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, this is just a housekeeping item. Public Works hard surface these roadways, tapeats, agua free, and buoy during our last chip seal season. And as a result, we just need to memorialize that these are indeed now hard surface or paved roads for reporting with our Highway User Revenue Fund report. So we're just changing them, the surface condition from unimproved to paved.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Bishop.
Does it make any sense to pave these roads and not maintain them? So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, you have it so ordered. Item number 69. Director Latosky.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, this item concerns a very short section of South Bay Road. This is in Lake Juniper Estates. When the board accepted the Lake Juniper roads for road maintenance in May 2021, it was inadvertently left off a 185-foot segment of South Bay. So we kindly asked the board to consider and accept that 185-foot segment just to memorialize it for our Highway User Revenue Fund reporting.
Thank you, Steve. It's a pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do you have it so ordered? Item number 70.
This item concerns our Mountain View Road construction project. It's from Sterling Road to Gardner, and then another section from Camp Mojave to Aztec. As part of the project, we have been tasked with acquiring 3 parcels. This particular parcel is the most significant, where it consists of the 42 feet on the west side of the Mountain View Road section line between Gardner and Sterling, basically the northern limits of the project. We've went through a rather exhaustive process of obtaining an appraisal as well as working through our own consultant for right-of-way acquisition and making an offer to the property holder on that west side. It's actually owned by Nick and Candace Ayler. Our appraisal came in at $46,276. The Aylers, in consultation with their attorney, has countered with an offer of $81,300. Staff is recommending acceptance. This will help us advance the project towards procurement of the construction. We are under somewhat of a deadline because federal funds are involved to try to close out all of the right-of-way acquisitions by about the April timeframe so that ADOT can go to construction bid for this project.
Thank you, Steve. Supervisor Angus.
My only concern is that we set a precedent on just accepting the appraised value. However, if the recommendation is to do this for time-wise, because I went through the process again with Sam Elters when I saw this, and I think that probably we should go with your recommendation. But with that, going forward, if we say one thing like we did last meeting and then we do something else, you know, we still have the final word. Like a property owner can't come back and say, well, you did this on this. I mean, ultimately, we are the final say. We can pretty much do what we want. There's no legal outlier for it or something that could happen because we said one thing, but we're doing something else. I guess if that was the case, government wouldn't be in existence of saying something and doing something else. But it's kind of a little troubling on that end for me, but I understand it.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, I was involved in those discussions on the what the people see as the value of their property. And one thing they did contest in the appraisal is the appraisal largely based evaluation on comparables that were largely large acre parcels, 15, 20 acres. And the argument was, well, this is actually only 1.35 acres, so why not base it on comparables for 1.35 acre vacant land sales? So that was one of the reasonings that they thought that the $46,000 level was rather low because it was considering more 20 plus acre land comparables.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutowski, did everybody else take the appraised value?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Johnson, I didn't quite hear the entire question.
We had other parcels we bought also?
Supervisor Johnson, yes, there was one other proposal that the board had heard at the December meeting. That was also a proposal that was above the appraised value. I think it was, I'm just going to speak off the top of my head, it was $20,000 that the property owner proposed, and our appraisal was about $7,500. The other parcel, the third and final parcel, the board authorized us going to condemnation because that particular parcel owner, the owners recently passed away and it fell into probate. So there's 3 parcels. The board passed on the one offer, and now this second one entails an offer as well.
Yeah, personally, I can't see us going over what the appraised value is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Angus.
Chairman Lingenfelter. Yeah, when we discussed it at the last meeting, these were the kind of the concerns because it's not set in stone. So like the guy before was talking about, why they thought the appraisal was different than what our guys did. And then the same thing with this, with the comparing it to 1 acre. So that was my fear that if we don't give any flexibility that, we could be now in this sort of legal, and I understand we get the property right away, but is that something we want to do? This is a very important bypass road that we need to get done quickly because of government grants and things like that. And I would hate for it to get stalled because of something like this. That is it's really an important piece right in the middle of the whole thing. So I'm prone to go with your recommendation.
Supervisor Bishop.
Steve, what was the offer that they gave us before at the last meeting?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, this is the first offer that we've received for the $81,300.
Oh, okay, I was thinking of the other one.
The written offer by the property owner is included in the backup, and they do provide, some basis for their offer as they did their own research on comparables in the 1 acre category and listed all of those, per acre prices, which range anywhere from, I'm just skimming through it, 34,000 to a lot of them were showing up at about the 60,000 to even over $100,000 level. So they did provide at least a little bit of a due diligence in their backup response.
Okay, thank you.
Manager Elters.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I should point out there are 3 parcels where right-of-way is required on this project. One of them is going into condemnation as the board approved at the last board meeting. With that said, I think you should know that we will be in condemnation for at least 1 parcel. So from a timeline perspective related to meeting a deadline for the grant, they could be concurrently moving forward because one of them, we know, is going through condemnation. We were unable to come to term with the owner, and the board has already authorized us to proceed. So we could carry both of those concurrently through the condemnation process, and in that process, make it clear to the courts and the judge that the critical nature of the timeline to ensure that federal funds are not missed because of the deadline.
Thank you, Sam. It's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
If we start paying over what the appraised value is on land, we're just setting a precedent to everybody to contest whatever offer we make them. I would move that we make a return offer for the appraised price. If that does not happen, then we move into condemnation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
You guys appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 71, Dr. Kingsley. This is the presentation of the opioid monies, recommendations for potential uses of the funds, and provide direction to staff regarding the county's approach to using opioid settlement funds for year 1, year 2, and incoming settlement funds.
Let me just get this set up real quick, and oops, what's going on here? The little thing down on the bottom went away. Hold on 1 second, and yeah, if you want to go on, thank you. Oh, it moved it up, but anyway. So thank you, board, chairman, and board members here to continue this next process in the One Arizona Memorandum of Understanding and the process for which we are receiving settlement funds through litigation for our county. So a quick summary just about the settlement. So the people of Mojave County have been harmed and are continuing to be harmed by the opiate epidemic, which is caused by entities within pharmaceutical supply chain. So the state of Arizona and local governments joined a multidiscipline litigation in order to get more results out of this process. It was 43 states. And through that, so we previously entered then into a One Arizona Opioid Settle Memorandum of Understanding to establish binding terms for the distribution and spending of funds from settlements. When any settlement fund is received, the state of Arizona receives 46%, and then local governments receive 56%. Of note, and sometimes it historically did not happen, but following Maricopa and Pima, Mojave County was the 3rd highest percentage to receive. And thank you to our elected officials for standing up for our representatives and our residents here to seek that, as we were highly impacted of that, and that shows, and thank you for that efforts. So approved purposes, the money can be used by local governments, and then either as us using it as the county, or we can provide it as grants to organizations within our community. Reporting is always going to be done annually by July 31st to the state. The local governments are county and incorporated cities. The Native American tribes did seek the same litigation, but they went a separate route, said they dealt separately and were receiving a separate type of award, so we don't have any type of interaction or obligations there for designating any funds. So as part of the MOU, the Mojave County Department of Public Health was designated to serve as lead agency for distribution of funds. Participation of the cities and county, any city or county can turn down the funds. And if a city turned down or said it's, such a small amount or anything, we don't want it, then it would roll over to the county. And anytime the county didn't want funds, it'd roll back to the state. As part of the MOU, there was 12 strategy programs put out, and we'll review those in a little bit. And then on a yearly, so initially the process was seeking a single settlement that would provide us all the funds. But as part of the negotiation with those pharmaceutical supply chains, they required 18 years of annual payments that began in 2021. So who is settling? Part of this multi-district litigation is by 43 states. Currently right now are the MDL payments that we've received year 1 and year 2. To the local governments, which is about approximately $8 million. And we have received that, and that was the previous what was brought to the board. As the county and the Board of Supervisors, the Department of Finance developed an affidavit for the cities. And those cities have signed the affidavit for these funds, and today will be dispersed to them today. As further updates, Janssen or J&J or Johnson & Johnson, we have received funds from them, and it's to be presented to the Board of Supervisors. We received a year 1, which is $3.1 million. We didn't receive that. That's for all the counties, sorry. So I'm kind of mixing numbers up here, but year 1 was $3.1 million for all the local governments of Arizona, and then year 2 was $7.8 million, which reflects more of what the $400,000 that's being allotted to the county. So we've received those funds, and those are going to be brought to the board. And this will be a continued ongoing process. Hopefully in a few years, they'll all kind of level out and we'll receive them at the same time. And so we're not constantly, but at any time we receive the monies, we'll bring it to the board and follow your direction. We received news that Walmart settled for $3.1 billion settlement, announcing pending improvement of the local governments to be signed in Q1 2023. So possibly by Q2, we could be receiving the settlement funds from Walmart. And then pending, there's still Walgreens and CVS is in negotiations with 25 remaining Tier 2 defendants. So with that being said, that's perhaps a lot of money coming our way here in the county. But I think a good point is that when it's here and in our account, then we'll deal with it. We can't hope on money that is coming, when it's going to come, or predict it's going to be there. So these funds that I'm bringing before you today are the funds that we have received. And similarly, every time we receive those funds, we'll come before the board. So overall payment timeline and process, we received the monies on an annual for the years, for the 18 years. So we received 2 of them, so 16 remaining years. Then distribution for the cities, for us, which is Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City, Kingman City, and Colorado City. That distribution, we're just kind of the middleman, so we take that money and goes directly to them. Again, the affidavit was signed today. They signed the affidavit. It's really the only thing the affidavit is saying is that they need to do their yearly reporting that's required by the state by June 30th, because my department has to report by July 31st. So other than that, they get to decide how they're going to apply those monies and strategies. And so the Mojave County Department of Public Health is going to direct the monies as designated by the Board of Supervisors. So we're just kind of there for the help the process, the provide insights, results, request information, provide tracking, reporting, those things that you would require to understand how the money is being applied, how it's being used, and appropriate, and that's what we're there for. So, and then on an annual report, as I mentioned, so the cities report to us, Then we report to the state, and the state in September is supposed to put out a cumulative report of how those monies were used. At this point, I'll say that this process, so, we deal a lot with federal grants and state grants, and we get to read through all that wonderful literature that's in those grants and all these requirements. But to give them a little bit of credit, down to the penny sometimes, they where these funds being directed and done. And so, and this is reflected with the other county, and speaking with the other county health directors, it feels a little uncertain in places because we receive this money and when we report, it's a drop down and that's it. This is how we move the money and it's one little thing. It's not saying where the money went, what's the cent, what's that. So I would say those are my concerns about that. And I would say the state will eventually probably catch on to that. I don't know, maybe and start requiring more exactly where the money's going. But I just would say caution that we from the get-go are accountable for this money and for that. So in saying that, so just on any distribution, anytime we receive money, we receive 62.51% as the county, and then each city is, it was based on population, not the severity index, but just on population. And this is what each of the cities received, but on average we received the 6251. And so today we're bringing the 854,000 to the board. These are the strategies, and they are extensive and broad, but they do provide a lot of opportunities in there, and each one of these has multiple explanations underneath them. But just to go through them real quick is treat opioid use disorder, support people in treatment and recovery, connect people who need help to the help they need, address the needs of criminal justice involved persons, address the needs of pregnant or parenting women and their families, including babies with neonatal abstinence syndrome, prevent overprescribing and ensure appropriate prescribing and dispensing of opioids, prevent misuse of opioids, prevent overdose deaths and other harms, first responders, leadership planning and coordination, training and research. So, as I mentioned earlier today, we are bringing the $854,224.87. One thing that, to explain what I was meaning earlier about what the state is unsure is that they said that we need to report, so 2021, technically we're to report in July, but they haven't declared, can we carry monies over? Does that have to be spent by that time? Has it already supposed to have been spent? So we do need some more clarification from the state. I think we're gonna have carryover. I think just as we, it's gonna be hard once the money starts to get mixed exactly what year it came out of and how we're applying it. But hopefully the state will provide direction on that. But so what I feel for the board of supervisors and your direction and your goals coming before you, I think overall that you want it county specific. You know your county, you know your residents and your districts and what they need and what's there. That we have existing programs and existing services that we can feed into, both nonprofit, for-profit, as well as within our county programs. We have the opportunity to provide grants to those members within our community. I would say where the state is being a little less, not providing as much guidance, if we provide grants, we should do it, appropriately so that we are able to get back any data, numbers, how that money is being used, so I can provide you with a return on investment and also accountable and reportable. How is that money used? Well, I can answer that because this money we provided to this organization, I can tell you exactly, and they reported back to us this year, and this is how it was used. So that is a more in-depth process, but obviously any direction the board wants to go, we will help facilitate that. So proposed strategies, and this is initial, there's a lot I could have ran with, but really it's the direction of the board, and then from there I'll take it and come back from what you guys need. Overall, in discussing and initial proposals, so opioid treatment and rehabilitation, we know that we're lacking in these services within our community, that the treatment needed as well as rehabilitation are not within our community, the facilities we are lacking, and also be able to provide those needed things to help somebody return to functioning, being able to self-govern and being able to overcome the challenges faced in their life. And so some of those existing programs we have are with Captain Bischoff and his reentry program that is being developed. And then we have some of our great nonprofit and for-profit organizations out there that are involved in sober living with community services and providing these services that are needed, and each one of them is struggling on those points. We have naloxone prevention and support in the community, but each of those, we have it here as part of my department, but also many others are also in the community are focused on that type of education and prevention. Captain Bischoff, in speaking with him, he mentioned previously over the last year, there have been town halls in each city discussing the opioid epidemic, and then that accumulated in a statewide town hall that occurred a few months ago. And from that is that education and prevention is one of the top ones there. And so expanding our prevention and support. So one, perhaps providing the resources needed to be able to better travel, to better provide education, and to train the trainers, to train other organizations. I definitely can create a foundation. And I really think these first few years of the monies we're receiving is kind of getting our feet wet, understanding what the foundation is, and each time we receive money, then you can reevaluate. Where's it going? Is it effective? Is it not effective? How do we apply this money over the next 18 years each time you receive it? And is it going to the right resources? Is it not going to the right sources? So it's always a constant opportunity to reevaluate where we're at and provide those services needed for community. The one thing I would say from in my times here for the past several months is that I've been attending the economic services in each of the communities. There's still a feel of, I'd love to have a clinic here in my town. I'd love to have a doctor. And because of our healthcare system, we've kind of had to grow out of that or not able to provide those kind of small town community doctors that used to exist. And so there is a lack there a lot of times. And even within our own, even in our larger cities, sometimes there is. I would love to explore and begin to develop a telehealth resource opportunity. And it would be not tied, I would like it not tied to an insurance company, because then we're tied to using them. But if we can slowly, and it wouldn't, it can come with each, doesn't have to be done all at once, but working with the libraries and community centers, providing telehealth pod. You don't need a trained medical professional, just somebody that can wipe it down and schedule it. And somebody can show up and provide that telehealth. And we could provide that telehealth in all of our communities. And we can work with partners, even provide it at our partners where they can come in. And then even our existing partners and our programs here that have resources, but say somebody lives in Golden Valley or Yucca or Meadview, and they're like, well, you need to come in every day to come to this this meeting, especially these first 2 weeks, so we can help you with your sober living. But they have economic constraints, or they don't have that cell phone, or to get there in, but they could go to this telehealth pod and have that scheduled and be there and participate, something that is there close. And so I think technology is there, and that's something we could develop and put in place and grows portion by portion as we grow out, and be able to provide and increase that access to care for this opioid treatment, and also just for our communities overall. And so that's just one, what I've heard in the communities and the access to care, increasing that. And the leadership planning and coordination, I think it would be important to gather the nonprofits, for-profits, and get us in the same room and be able to say, where are we lacking at? What resources do you need? How can we help strengthen your program? And also, how can the county act as the baseline, if we need to provide the trainers. Like an example, West Care in Boulder Head City last summer, they provided some great youth programs, but because of their funding and they didn't have the health educators necessary on those points and to hire and do everything, they said, well, we have this whole program. We have the youth coming in. Will you bring your health educators again? And we did, and that's where we worked together, and we went and provide that education, and that's something we can continue to do for our community. And these are all things. So at this point, these are just the strategies putting out there. You can take any direction you want. This was just the initial take on kind of what it is. But I think that this process is kind of the proposal. How do you want me to come back to you with these funds? Do you want me to break these funds down specifically by so much money will be applied to this program, to that program? And basically, that's where it's at for this discussion. And this will kind of frame how we approach all these Janssen and Walmart, when these monies come in, how are we going to approach me coming to help you distribute this money and distribute it appropriately with accountability and reportability to the board? So at this time, I turn it to you guys. So.
Thank you, Dr. Kingsley. Open up the board. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that work. You know, we've had, well, first for clarification. So the county is receiving 800, and what did we say,
$854,000. We've received that. It's
You've
ours.
received that. I thought that we were getting the 2 years payout from, which one? The first one?
Yeah, that first MDL one,
The big one.
Yeah.
From the 8 million, and we'll be getting like another 2. So that would have been about 500,000. Where did the extra 300,000 come from?
It was, I'll let the finance department talk numbers. I get lost in them.
Sorry, there may have been some confusion. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, Mojave County, for the distributor settlement for year 1 and year 2, the county's funds are $533,975. There's an additional $335,877 from the Janssen settlement for year 1 and year 2 that Dr. Kingsley will be presenting to you at the next board meeting.
Okay, so that's, all right, that's good to know, because the 500,000 is 2 years of this 18-year settlement. So
Yes,
we'll
and
be
that
getting
makes-
about 250,000.
Yeah, it's on average. So every year, we're going to get about 250,000 on average from that first settlement for the next 16 years, about 250 every year. And then Janssen looks in about, if it continues at that 7.1, about, yeah. So they're supposed to go up, so I always receive a little bit more. Then those last few years, it'll start going down. So it's kind of hard to exactly say how much, but on average, probably around there between, right now, looking at us for if that 800,000 a year or whatever, or wait, 500,000 so a year that we'd receive. And that's just Janssen and the main settlement, so yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I've been thinking about it since years ago when we first entered these lawsuits. I can't believe they're all coming, it's all coming together now.
Yeah.
And a lot has changed in the county. I was kind of scratching my head when you were talking about there was not a lot of treatment help. There's never going to be, you know, enough, but there certainly is enough. I'm not saying enough, but there certainly are a lot. In fact, this Saturday I was over at Revive in Bullhead City, and they had probably around 90 people. They had a lot of people in there. Of course, it's the holidays, and I, as you know, as a proponent of all of this, I was kind of happy to see that, you know, helping people. And of course, there's the West Care Treatment Center. But for this particular money, I think that at least some of it, a portion of it, and when you're doing your calculations, should be put aside for the Reach Out program. Okay. That is addressing all of these issues at a county level. I think, and Don Bischoff can explain this further about what their plans are in that facility. And one of the plans, I believe, is a medical detox center, so people aren't, you know, detoxing and coming off of stuff that could be medically difficult in the jail. That's not where they can do it at this facility, and then have places where the police can drop off. I think that's the plan. I don't know if these things are all set in stone yet, but one of the things I've learned just from my years of following this stuff is one of the biggest problems any treatment center has is qualified professional providers, especially in the rural areas. And so we're talking about psychiatrists. A lot of times, in order to get grants for these kinds of things, you need to have employed a professional, like a psychiatrist or a psychiatric nurse or something like that, or else you can't even go for these grants. And I know that's been a problem in all over Mojave County for all the nonprofits. So these are just ideas that I you know, and see how the board members feel about this and how it can be worked in, like perhaps to put aside some money, since we're getting it every year, 250,000, to supplement either, I don't want to grow government. I don't know if this should be an employee, because we're hopefully contracting most of it out in this facility, for these professional services, because they tend to be a higher rate of compensation, and that's one of the problems. I mean, we have to, ironically, we're out in the, but we have to pay more to get people to come here, and that's just the facts of life. So maybe we could have sort of a fund for that specific thing for employees, professional providers. I think we'll be finding things that we're not even thinking of now that we're probably going to have. And the other thing, again, for the Reach Out program, so I have 3 basic things, and 2/3 of them are for the Reach Out program, because I know there are people on this board who are worried about the viability of the whole project. And I'm hoping, whenever you're relying on grants and government stuff, you have to just rely, and you know that from your department, that this money is going to be coming, and I'll be doing, and I know a lot of people around the state will be doing, because a lot of people believe in it, and I do believe in my gut that this will be mandated, especially with a new administration in the near future, and that we're in the forefront of it, which I think is a great place to be. So I'm hopeful there, but I do have in the back of my mind, I'm a little prudent that we need to be able to fund this in a complete way. So when we're building the facility, and maybe Don can come and address this, when we talked about $5 million for an animal shelter, we have $4 million for this, and I've been advised that, they believe that this is, I have a little bit of a worry about that. Maybe some of this can be put aside for things that we don't think about that could come up for the building of it, and specific projects like the detox. Again, I know you have to justify the money, and so if we just say, well, we're putting it into our Reach Out facility, I don't know if that's going to fly. But if you say we're going to be using it for medical detox, for psychiatric nursing, for addiction counseling and things like that, that may be a kind of a better sell. And the third thing, the thing that you talked about that I actually really liked is sort of have a summit with all the nonprofits to see what really the need is. I don't want to grow government anymore, as we saw this morning. I don't like bringing more people in, but the nonprofits do it. They do it better. They know where the money is. That's how they survive. So I think that's a great idea to work with all the nonprofit organizations out there, and then see if you want to do a grant program or just however you have to do it. I don't think we can just give it. Now, this isn't, is this like ARPA? Like, is that what you were kind of saying, that the rules are somewhat vague? There are guidelines, but there's not real.
So that's, those are my questions. Can we carry over? Can some of this money be set aside for this opportunity that's there? There's nothing that says we can't, but there's nothing that says we can. So this is the thing, right? So how to report it. And so we get into finances, and so the state hasn't determined that. So if we just report, okay, we're going to put it towards this program, we're going to assign the funds, but those funds aren't spent yet, but they're going to be spent in 2 years. I don't know on that. That's the point that the state has not clarified. So that would be after some point that.
So even though this was a nationwide lawsuit, it wasn't called a class action, it was called something else. Every state gets to decide where that money goes, or is it like just when the lawsuit settled, then it was decided at that time?
And I believe each state was specific, but so Arizona entered an MOU, and so we're confined by that MOU. If each state is exactly the same, I'm not sure, but ours is that MOU. I don't know if you know about the other states.
I don't know about any of the other states. So.
Okay, well, those are my 3 things that I would support, unless I hear something even better.
Okay. Bishop, go ahead and explain his program.
I can address any concerns or questions, but I don't know.
Supervisor Gould has any comments.
Yeah, Supervisor Gould.
Yield my time to you.
Thank you, kind gentlemen. I don't know that the state can tell us what to do with the money, because I believe we just joined a lawsuit with them. I don't know that we submitted to them telling us what to do with the money. Looks like the county manager has some input, though.
Chairman, Supervisor Linkenfelter, and the rest of the board members, the MOU that was signed for Arizona binds all the entities receiving it, and there is an exhibit that lists many, many areas that are eligible for expenditure. So it truly provides a lot of flexibility. And I think understanding there are some questions, as you heard from Chad, and knowing that these are settlements that vary in duration. The larger settlement that was settled, what we call the larger distribution settlement, is in 18 years. The Jensen is 16 years. Walmart may even be a different duration yet. And then we know CVS and Walgreens are around the corner. Are going through the works, but they have not been settled. Understanding the list of eligibility items that is available, to frame it this way perhaps would be to ask the board for what you see as priorities and maybe break it into two buckets. One bucket would be existing services that are being offered today that would be relevant to treatment of opioid. The other would be any new services that are not offered today that are eligible under this exhibit that Department of Public Health can lead. As far as the Reach Out program, until the program is up and running, perhaps, and as you heard from Dr. Kinsley, we will be coming back to the board with every settlement funding when received. So at this point, I think just staying at a high-level discussion and stating your priorities and what you would like to see us focus on is probably really a good place to start. And again, keep it in the two bucket between an existing set of services and perhaps a new ones that you would like to see that you have received inquiries from constituents over the years that we do not have. And then as we go down the road, when the Reach Out program is up and running and we have a building, perhaps additional funding from these different settlements can go into that. So I want it really to just frame it this way to give you an idea of what we know and what we don't know. And what we do know is the categories that are eligible for these funds are many, which provides the board optimal flexibility to pick and choose from, but we need to select from them as we move forward. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
To answer your question, Supervisor Gould, to elaborate a little bit more on what Sam said, in the MOU, we're bound to report to the state, and the state is the one who determines if we spent the money correctly. So they're the authority that will review what we submit of how we've used that, and if we've used it correctly, and that's what they will report in September. And so if they determine any funds were used inappropriately, then there's a definition in there. That's the only binding thing I see to the state in there with that is that language.
I just don't remember when we entered into the state lawsuit that we were going to submit to the things that they thought we could do with the money.
Yeah, so and that's what was signed off on the MOU. So we have to report to the state by July 31st, and then they're the ones who determine if it was spent correctly. But they haven't given the criteria for that. If it's more than just that drop-down list, I don't know. If they're going to come back and say, well, we want more detail, I'm like, well, what detail do you want? So they haven't provided that. They just provided me a drop-down list, and that's it.
So apparently,
well, then everyone's going to qualify.
Little sisters know better than Big Brother.
Yeah. So that's the only binding thing I can think with the state and on that point. So.
Thank you, sir.
Director Bischoff, do you have anything to add?
I think the only thing I would add is like County Manager Elters has indicated, the Reach Out Reentry Program is, I guess for a lack of better terms, is kind of in its infancy. And although it's operational at this point in time, once we have the reentry center up and begin to operate that facility, then the Reach and Reentry Program will kind of go into its next level of operation and everything else. But as Dr. Kingsley kind of alluded to earlier, some of the feedback that we heard from the town halls that were conducted that covered, among other things, the substance use issues in our area and our state. All of the areas, the 12 different areas that were identified was information that was what we heard in our town halls as well. So although there's criteria and everything else, I think there's enough latitude. The reporting part of it and any rollover will probably work itself out sooner rather than later. But there's opportunity in the future for the unknowns. Right now, there's a lot of unknowns. It sounds like there was a surprise with the animal control or the animal shelter and those conditions. And although we're working very closely with the architects, with our reentry center, we have every indication that we're probably going to be okay, but we never know. So at some point in time, we may look to use some of these funds to offset any of those costs. And we've tried to be diligent with that facility, with some of the other funding that we have, to carve out, to preserve as much of that $4 million as we have for the actual building. We've carved out $800,000 from a different funding source to cover architectural and design fees and pre-construction fees to preserve, again, to preserve as much of that $4 million as we can. And I hope that we're able to do that all the way through. But this gives us an opportunity to cover some of what's unknown with that moving forward. The other thing I think that's important is the collaboration and not competition. That's the other thing that we heard with the people that came to our town halls, is that we need to work together. So we need to have that summit, and not just with community providers and stakeholders, but just everybody, so that we can figure out best how, through the system that gets processed, how to fund the gaps, because that's where we have the issues. And whether we'll need a psychiatric nurse to help with some of these issues in the future when we get to the point where we have a reentry facility, by partnering and collaborating and everything else, we can control those costs, not growing government, contracting those services, because everybody that provides those services in our community has those exact same issues. So if we work together, we can help control those costs and move forward. So I think this is a good opportunity, and I know that we'll all be able to work very easily with Dr. Kingsley and all his staff.
Thank you for that. Just to start, since we're kind of at a high level right now, I'd like to just briefly go through and poll each one of our county supervisors on their thoughts regarding uses. After which, if one of our county supervisors wants to make a more specific proposal, they can do that. But I'd like to start with Supervisor Bishop, just to hear her ideas on where she might think these funds might be best invested.
Okay, thank you very much. I kind of will go along with what Supervisor Angus said about the reentry program, and that Mr. Bischoff said about construction costs may need some supplementation by the time it's all built. But I would like to have an identified or a fixed budget for the Reach Out program going forward for 18 years, so that it's a known number that the Reach Out program can count on being in their budget year after year. I don't know if we can commit future boards to that, but I'd sure like to try. And then the other thing I'd like to see is for the remote areas where there isn't a lot of medical, the wellness van is now here. It's arrived. It's being ready to be on the road. I'd like to see some of this money go to perhaps brochures that talk about suicide prevention, drug prevention, maybe a counselor that can go out once a month or something on this van. And then this time, I don't think we should forget the administrative costs like we did with the ARPA money. So So we need to figure out what it's going to cost and if this opiate money can pay for staff time. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus, do you want to go again?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to see that money split evenly between prevention and dealing with the consequences. But you'd have to find an effective prevention program to put that money into, because I'm not sure that a lot of the things that we've been doing over the past few decades have been effective. We seem to see a rise in drug use. I think dealing with the consequences, whether it's through the reentry program or getting people into drug treatment that want to go into drug treatment, I think that helps the prevention, because then the children don't see their parents living like that. But we need to find an effective prevention program, because I think we can get a lot of bang for our buck out of that. Because if we keep those kids from getting on dope in the first place, then they don't get addicted and we don't have the social problems. We also don't want to forget the taxpayers, because it's actually the taxpayers that were one of the parties that were harmed in this pill mill thing, and that's really what this is. Because they were the ones that had to foot the bill for the increased law enforcement and the increased incarceration of the opioid crisis and the meth crisis before the opioid crisis. But the taxpayers have been the ones that are harmed. So I don't have a problem with backfilling some of the money into the programs that have been used to incarcerate people and whatnot. But I'd like to see the money go into prevention, because I think, at least half of the money go into prevention if we can find something that actually works. Because the stuff that they were doing when I was a kid apparently didn't work, and
Me too.
so it boils down to you have to find something that actually works, something that diverts the kids off of that. And you can't blame it on the kids not having things to do, because the kids have more things to do now than they had to do when I was a child. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Johnson?
This hurts me, but I guess telehealth would be the only thing I could think of.
Dr. Kingsley, I think that, along with a lot of my colleagues, I think that the Reach Out program, if there's a way to try to support that program, it's beneficial. I also don't want to recreate any wheels or grow government. I think it's just smart to have that sort of a forum or with the providers that are already out there on both sides of the Grand Canyon in Mojave County to see what partnerships and grants might be available. And then also the telehealth in the remote areas, along with the health van that Supervisor Bishop has done. You mentioned maybe partnering with clinics or community centers to have some sort of a telehealth function in Mojave County. I think that that's worth exploring as well. So if any of our board members want to make a more specific proposal than that, it's open.
So I think in part overall, then this sounds like, just to summarize it, and to understand that each payment we get can be a different price. That's the hard thing, is like, we would love to say for the next 16 years, we're going to receive that $250,000 exactly, but it's going to go up and down, it's going to fluctuate. So we do have to approach each payment we receive based on that payment. So it's a little bit of a struggle, but we can always say, well, we know at this time right now, we're going to allot so much to the program. So this percentage will come back, this is the number. Do you agree with this number, us putting it in? This percentage is what we're going to do for prevention. This is the program. This is what we're going to allot towards it. And so right now, then it's kind of shifting into the research phase of these things that you have here for me to come back to you and say, this is how much from this settlement we're going to put into the research, into that one pot of our two pots here of resources. And this is what we're going to put into that. And we're going to attribute some of these funds to these prevention and telehealth and be able to progress that forward. And we'll evaluate each time as we move on, so with those funds.
Just a couple of follow-up questions that are kind of related. That forum that would it be your public health department that would bring that together? And second question related to that is, do we know at all what any of the cities are going to be planning to do with their funds, and would they be invited to that event as well as more of a regional approach?
Colorado City was undetermined. Lake Havasu City had an idea, I believe the city council. Bullhead City was on point. They knew exactly where it was going every time. And we can also, if we need to at times, if they need more support in a successful program, we can take some of our money and add it to those programs. And Kingman hadn't thought about it, but when they signed the affidavit, they said, yes, we came up with an idea, but it's not clear. And since I'm not the authority over that, I'm just really passing the money on. I have to learn when you guys learn, so. But overall, I believe it's going to be the same things. And in response to, yes, so under the coordination on that, and so I can coordinate a symposium, which I think was also involved our faith-based organizations, pull them in, try to pull the symposiums and get from the community services and the sober living and those people in the trenches that are out there, get us together and coordinate so I can put together a type of symposium, an ongoing symposium that we can get together, meet and focus and then come back with even more better recommendations where we can fill the gaps, as Bishop said. So that's something, yeah, on those directions I can follow, so.
Any other comments or discussion from the board? Supervisor Bishop?
I have one question for Mr. Bischoff. So the cities will eventually have their residents probably in the Reach Out program. Are they being charged anything for putting city residents that get arrested in the cities through this program? Have you thought that far forward?
As far as the reentry program?
Yes.
So currently, with our screening and all our activities on the intake side, with regard to substance use, mental health issues, and homelessness, we don't look specifically at the jurisdiction where they're coming from, where they reside from. So we're not looking to bill anyone, whether they're a county resident or a particular city resident. And I don't know that would ever take place. Any of the services that we provide openly to everybody. It just makes sense for the jail to do it because for those that enter the criminal justice system, the majority of them funnel through the Mojave County Jail. So it's easiest to capture them at that point in time or identify them at that point in time. We do work with the cities, with the programs and the stakeholders that are in each of the cities and everything else. But from a billing perspective, I don't see anything coming to that.
Okay.
If I understood your question.
Supervisor Angus?
Wait a second. I thought one of the main reasons for this program was if they're not in the jail specifically, then Access will pay for the services.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I was confused about what services you were referring to. So any of the community provided services are either through private insurance or state Medicaid. So yes, but I think that there's also some stumbling blocks and there's some gaps there that through these summits and these meetings that we'll be able to identify from the people in our community where those gaps are, and we'll be able to probably cover some of those or have opportunities for those that don't receive funding in any other way for those services, then they could tap into these as a grant-funded option.
Yeah, because the cities pay to house their prisoners in our county jail. So if these prisoners are go through the screening process and are assigned to the Reach Out program, then I was just wondering if the city helped supplement part of the cost to put them through this Reach Out program. And if so, maybe the cities might want to put some of their opiate money into the program. That's kind of what I was getting at.
I think ideally what happens is when they go through the Reach Out program, they are then signed up for insurance because we're contracting it out. We're going to be contracting it out, and those providers know how to sign these people up. So like if John Smith gets arrested in Bullhead, right, and he's dropped off and he goes through your intake, it's the regular thing, right? As long as he's in the jail, Bullhead is paying for it, right?
So not really wanting to get into jail billing and per diem rates and everything else, but to the city inmates or city prisoners who come into the county jail, if they're only on a city offense, misdemeanor, and only in that jurisdiction, then they are billed for through their intake and their stay. If it's a felony or involves other county offenses, then they're not billed. So what the Reach In Reentry program does is identifies people and starts the process of a transition so that as they leave custody, we've started a pre-application or gotten some of that legwork done so that we can hand them off, maybe made that actual connection and everything else, and they're handing off. So we can start some of those services. It depends how long they're in our custody.
Right.
And that's with the staff that we currently have that's funded with the now 2 years in a row state appropriations for the reentry program. Any of the medical detox services or other services provided outside of their custody status, then those are covered through private insurance, state Medicaid access, or any other grant opportunities that the various stakeholders do have, which access, and the federal government does have some grant opportunities for those that don't meet the criteria for access. But this would give another opportunity, again, looking for those gaps.
County Manager Elthers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and board members. In the interest of time, and these are details that we will have many opportunities to discuss further, may I offer just an approach or a framework, which would be, we came to you to share with you what we know, what we received in the way of funds, and what the exhibits of eligible services, and to get some feedback. You have provided feedback. We're grateful for it. My suggestion to you is to give us somewhere around 45, maybe 60 days to take your ideas, whether it be in the reach out, whether it be in the telehealth, whether it be in prevention, whether it be in the mobile van, put them into buckets and refine them a little bit further, come back to you. And my suggestion is to do so, get your blessing before we hold the symposium, because then we can go to the cities and to the community with the understanding that our board is behind these priorities, these services, and they would be the cities, which all four have opted to receive their own portion and focus on their priorities. At least we can coordinate with them and coordinate with the understanding that our board has blessed this approach and this direction. You're welcome to you're welcome to align with it or focus on other priorities. At the end of the day, maybe we would provide more services to more needy people that way. So if that makes sense to you, we'll proceed in that direction.
Thanks. Acceptable to the board. I guess we'll just move on to the next item then, if that's, do we need a formal action or item on that?
I don't think we need action on that.
No, okay. I think we'll just adopt your approach, Sam, and move on to item 72. It's the will of the board.
Chairman Lingenfelter, I make a motion that we approve an updated joint representation agreement and cost-sharing agreements with Clark Hill for suit against the United States Bureau of Reclamation for the town of Queen Creek, Colorado River Transfer Project under the National Environmental Policy Act.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 73, County Manager Elders.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. This item has been before you at least once, if not more. At the last board meeting, you directed us, staff, to come back with additional options. Both Steve Lutowski, Director of Public Works, as well as Barbara Spoonhour, our Administrative Services Director, have been working diligently together to explore and provide information. And at this time, I'd like to have Steve come up, go through the information that has been compiled for your benefit as you contemplate selecting a site. We are ready for that decision, and we hope you find the information adequate to make a decision based on it.
Thank you, County Manager Elters, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. At the last time this item was considered, the board directed staff to examine potentially siting the county morgue here at the Mojave County Administration Campus. We've identified 3 possible sites, and they're up on the screen right now. The 3 sites are, 2 of which are right here on the campus. One's in the southwest corner, kind of a little distance from County Health. One is in what I labeled a northeast area. That would be behind Surbat Justice Court, probably accessible via an access drive extension on Beale Street. And then we also identified the site on the Mojave County Adult Detention Center campus, just right off the campus access driveway road. So the first site in the northwest corner happens to have about 2.5 acres available. It is a level site, flexible for construction, but there is a significant potential drawback, and that is the future build-out of the I-40, I-11 system interchange. The ramps to and from the Los Angeles bound, area may encroach upon this site to an extent we don't really know right now, but that is a potential limiting factor. Staff has provided for each site an estimate of cost for development to make it build ready. It largely factors in electric as well as water sewer connections. And for this site, it's $320,000. I'm going to caveat this one time, and it's actually for all 3 sites, and that is City of Kingman will likely require a sewer and water analysis to determine what, if any, loading calculations for the county morgue will actually impact the capacity of the water and sewer system to be able to serve. So I estimated it based on assumptions on impact fees as well as service connections. The next site is in the northeast area of the admin campus. It'd be behind the Surbat Justice Court and kind of flanked by existing storage buildings, one for search and rescue and the other county surplus building. It's plausible to develop a building around these surplus storage buildings, but again, they factor into the overall development of the site. And the only other kind of caveat is it would require some shared access with Surbat Justice Court, as well as extending a driveway to be able to access Beale Street. Our last site is at the jail campus. We've identified a potential site along the eastern side of the along the eastern side of the Route 66 access drive. Earthwork would be an issue with the development of this site. We estimate the build-ready cost of about $330,000, and the earthwork could potentially, add to that additional cost in developing a buildable site. And those will be the 3 sites that staff went researched and present to you in addition to the 5 sites that we previously covered.
Open up to discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I think we're making a big mistake if we locate the morgue on the administration building campus, because morgues have an odor problem. If you took a look at what staff did with looking at Coconino County and Yavapai County, they both thought it was a very good idea to get your morgue out into an outlying area so that odor problem wouldn't be a issue. You can deal with odor, but it's expensive to deal with odor. So I think it would be a big mistake to put it on the administration campus location.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what Supervisor Gould is saying about what staff gave him, but I think staff is totally wrong on that. Every major city that I've been in, big city, has their morgue downtown and they have no problem with odors. So I think that's just somebody blowing smoke. I guess asking Mr. Letowski, does the state have a right-of-way that goes into our 2.5 acres there on the county facility?
The area that we delineated for the Southwest Administration campus site is outside the existing ADOT right-of-way, but the development of the full development of the system interchange is a phase 2 of the ADOT project, so it could be in the future that ADOT would be coming to the county for additional right-of-way. It is just unknown at this point, so staff is just flagging it as a potential issue. We just don't know.
But at that point, if they did, they'd have to condemn and pay us for whatever building we had that they had to take, correct?
Supervisor Johnson, that would be to the best of my understanding, correct?
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Gould, and I've kind of rated these in my own mind and prioritized them, and I still think the site on Shennerup Drive is by far the preferred location for me. And one of them is the fact that it is isolated. It's in a very remote area of Golden Valley, easily accessible by I-40. And it's on the Sacramento aquifer rather than the Wallapai aquifer. So water is not a critical situation like it is in the Kingman area. My second choice, if we decide that we want it in the Kingman area, would be the Southwest Jail campus. That still kind of puts it remote, away from the general public's view. If odor's a problem, it's on the other side of the jail. There's no residential areas, and it would be out of the vision of the public, which I think is desirable for a morgue. So my number one recommendation is still the Shennerup Drive location. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus? Nothing? Steve, a couple of questions. And it doesn't say I'm either for or against, but I looked on ADOT's website for the West Kingman connection project, the transportation interchange project, and I came across their map, their project map. I believe this map, which I sent out to everybody, distributed it this morning through the clerk's office, denotes both phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1, as we all know, that is what we hope to go to construction in 2023 or 2024. And ADOT really doesn't have any plans for the funding of phase 2. Phase 1 obviously being, coming through Kingman and then swooping through Clack Canyon there, avoiding Beale Street, what most of us locally know as Gasoline Alley, right, and swinging in and connecting back into the 93 on the other side. That would be phase 1, with the loops also from west or eastbound 40. But I don't see where they're showing in either purple or yellow lanes or bridges that they would impact anything remotely close to site number 6. Am I missing something?
Chairman Lingenfelter, no, you're not really missing anything. With phase 2, what we see in front of us right now is just a concept, a schematic layout based on the preliminary engineering that went into determining a potential layout of the both phase 1 and phase 2 system interchange. But phase 2 would undergo its own final engineering process that would come at a later date after the phase 1. See, right now phase 1 is undergoing a final engineering process as well. well. So I am just representing that it is just undetermined whether or not there will be any impact. There very well may not be an impact, but there may be an impact as well. But that would be uncovered during the final design process for phase 2, which is some years in the future yet.
We hope.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll go to Sam first. Sam?
I defer to Supervisor Bishop. I do have a thought. I just want to just share with you a couple of thoughts. When this study started that you're referring to was 15 years ago. I was the state engineer at the time. I could shed some light, but please go to Supervisor
Bishop.
I was just going to say, I spoke to ADOT engineer Todd Steinberger just this morning, and what he told me was that this drawing is conceptual only at this time, that it could change. They're going to try to stay with this drawing if they can, but it hasn't gone to design yet, so it could change. And he did confirm that it's unfunded for at least the next 5 years unless some money shows up, whether it's a grant from the federal government or not. But he said if money shows up in that 5-year period, then they can move a little bit faster. But for now, it's not on the 5-year plan, and it is just a conceptual idea that they have.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully money will come available someday, and phase 2 can compete with all the other needs across the state as they are trying to keep up with maintenance. The only other thing I sent to the board was, at one point there was going to be a law and justice facility on that site. I know that was moved downtown, and I don't know why, but I mean, it is big enough. My other question would be maybe perhaps to Dr. Kingsley or whoever is the contract administrator for the medical examiner's contract now. We've had several medical examiners over the years, and they've really been responsible for locating that facility where they operate, and it's been a few different places. Have we received any sort of smell complaints over the years? That I know that you're fairly new, but has your staff ever let you know of any? Because I haven't heard of any.
From Lake Havasu City, where it's predominantly been, apparently better restaurants, but no, that I know, but I have not gone through all of Yvonne's emails, who handled most of that times. So if something was, I can go through and look and provide. I would have to research through her emails, though.
And that location in Havasu, even in the summertime, which it's like the hottest place in the whole country, and it's by restaurants, right?
No, it's more down towards the water, kind of it isn't a residential area. It's kind of in a small little industry, kind of.
I was just curious if we had any complaints about smells.
I don't know Yvonne's emails well enough to know. I'd have to go review them, so.
Chairman Lingenfelter, and also on that note, there was a time not so long ago when I first took office, they didn't even have air conditioning in that building. And so if there was going to be a smell problem, that would have been one. And when the doctor at the time, I forget her name, wanted us to provide the air conditioning, that was not even considered. That was not even said as a problem. So I'm not really sure about the smell problem.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager Elders.
It's incumbent upon us to just share with you the information that we do have. As far as the smell and the other issues related to isolation for visual effect and the fact that one county does not even publish the address for the morgue, and the issues related to potential incidents with mass casualties and so on. We really, two things. One is I personally took a tour of the 2 counties and 2 morgues and met with their MEs who have been on staff for several years, and they told us firsthand, this was before Yvonne passed. It was with our finance director, public health director, and myself, where we met with them face to face. In light of the recent inquiries about smell and whether that is an issue or not, all I did was ask our admin services director, Barbara Spoonhour, to contact the 2 counties. What we shared with you was what they told us, Supervisor. It's really important to me that you realize this is them telling us and us communicating it with you. The credibility and the effectiveness and the concern as to whether it's accurate or not, this is what they told us and what we're sharing with you directly. As far as the ADOT and the site here, really quick, again, for years, we had problem, ADOT had problem with the Beale Street, and much improvements were made where lanes were rearranged and such. It did not solve the problem, and traffic was backing up on I-40, so in 2007, they undertook that first study that led to more studies, and they determined a regular traffic interchange, we call it Diamond, is inadequate at this location. We need a system interchange. They studied the traffic pattern and the traffic volume and decided that the westbound to north and the southbound to south is the phase 1, which is what is needed today and warranted by traffic. Phase 2 will come later. There's no doubt in their mind, especially when I-11 is in place. But ADOT has a history of funding projects as traffic warrants. So they will not acquire right-of-way until they're 60% in the design process. So it's really hard today to say whether there will be any impact or not. There may not be, as you heard from Steve, but there could very well be impact. And the point is it's unlikely that they would come in and condemn or acquire this entire complex, but they can encroach even closer, and the view of the ramp being higher than the backyard of that facility would be a concern. It's your decision. We recognize that. We're just communicating with you what we heard from the other counties. It's really important that you have that picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Elters. I appreciate all the due diligence that has gone into this. I would, if we were ranking, I'd say site maybe 8 up by the jail would probably be my first, and then maybe site 6 or right off of Shinneramp would be my second and third. But Supervisor Johnson, did you have a comment?
Well, the only comment I had when we first looked at one time we were looking at the building a new facility, and people from all over the country got a hold of me, coroners, and they offered their assistance in helping us set it up. But one thing that I disagreed with them on, but they were all adamant that we shouldn't put it at a jail facility or near a jail facility. I don't believe that many people go there to, see their loved ones. They might, but that was one thing they thought was a poor decision if we were to put it next to a jail facility. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus?
Yeah, we've gone through this many times now, and there seems to be a lot of unknowns to put it, right on this campus and near the administration, and even over there. I think I'm with Supervisor Bishop in that it's probably better, for no other reason, when every time you say it, I'm back, if there is some kind of, God forbid, mass casualty situation, it would be kind of chaotic. It would be a calamity, frankly. So we have to think things like that, and there seems to be a lot of those, to put it sort of in the middle of town like that.
Director Latosky, so that would be option number 3, right? Oatman Highway west of Shinneramp Drive. And if I'm looking at it right, the build-ready cost on that is $625,000. That's just to get the site ready for a construction project, correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, it would actually be site number 1, Shinneramp Drive, which is directly adjacent Shinneramp Drive, about 1 mile to the west of the I-44 interchange, the I-40 exit 44 interchange.
Okay, I see.
So we would be seeking a BLM RP&P, a recreation public purposes lease.
So the build-ready cost on that site would be $570,000 just to get it ready to build a
That's
building?
estimated, correct.
Thank you. It's a pleasure of the board. Supervisor Bishop.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we select site number 1 off Shinnerup Drive in Golden Valley for the future morgue location.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes 3-2. Item number 74, Supervisor Angus.
Oh, yeah. This is an ARPA allocation for $100,000 for a great organization called We Care Cancer that supports the actual patients when they're in their need. And of course, we've seen a lot of increase since COVID. So if there are no questions, I'll just make a motion that we approve item 74.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item 76, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an ARPA distribution to the Boys and Girls Club of the Colorado River for their Fort Mojave facility. I move that item 76 be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item number 77, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item that is an ARPA distribution to the Golden Shores Community Center to put high-efficiency lighting in their civic center. And I move that item 77 be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item 78. I put this on the agenda as we have now secured the first INA in the state of Arizona since the Harquahala Basin back in 1982. As everybody knows, the state legislature last year broadened WIFA and provided them $1 billion for bringing water outside of Arizona into Arizona, but also another $200 million for water conservation projects. Those are going to be in the form of, as we understand it, loans and grants. There would be a 10% match, as I understand it, per project. That would be, that'd have to come from our the local agency that is proposing a project. So now that we have secured that INA, I just wanted to ask County Manager Elters and his staff to basically just present a strategic overview of maybe our top priorities for projects that have been previously identified, and perhaps you and your finance director where that 10% match for those projects might come from as those funds become available hopefully this year.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, board members. Mr. Chairman, as you know, we have been anticipating and been engaged as far as suitable projects for these fundings. So we have started that effort. What we do not have is identifying for the board where the 10% would come from. So we will gladly, it seems to me about 30 days would be reasonable. If that's acceptable to the board, we will go get busy. Bring a list of projects. We'll put them in literally in a priority order from one to whatever. I think we have a handful of them, and then we'll identify or attempt to identify a reliable, practical source where the board can give approval to or direct us otherwise. So if 30 days is reasonable, that's what we'll do, and we'll come back perhaps in the first board meeting in February with a presentation.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Unless any of their board members have any questions about that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 79. Just sort of an overarching
item. There's a lot of folks that are, more and more predicting recession this year, and we've seen what it's done to our current capital improvement projects. Just asking the county manager to provide just a brief overview of the impacts that this rampant inflation has placed upon our county's CIP program. Perhaps just a brief status on some of the current projects and activities that staff are undertaking to continue progressing much needed capital improvement projects as we continue to face this rampant inflation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the timing for this is great, and given the discussion that the board had today related to the animal shelter, this makes the timeliness even more critical. We will gladly go to work. I don't think we need a lot of information. It's practically all there. We know what projects the board has approved in the FY 2023 budgets. Some are further along in design. You saw the contract, you approved the contract for the old jail demolition. That's where the Legal Services Center is slated to be built. The design is practically completed on that. Phase 2 of the Law and Justice Center is also moving forward. We phased it so we can afford it. So my point to you is we're really ready to go do some due diligence, come back to the board with a list of projects, their timeline, what we have in the way of programmed budget for them, and if we experience any budget increases, how we would approach those, and again, update you as you're requesting here, so you have a better feel for what impact this inflationary environment that we're in may have on these projects that were well programmed before this excessive inflation period started. So again, 30, maybe 45, maybe we could come back to you in the second board meeting in February about the time that some of these projects are out on the street, and have a discussion with you. If that's acceptable to you, that's what we'll proceed with.
Any comments from the board? I know that we approved a contingency transfer for the animal control facility, but in my reviewing of our budget, the county we're a very conservative county. We don't have a really robust contingency fund, in my opinion, and we want to make sure that we guard ourselves against an economic downturn if that should happen. So I don't think that continuing to take contingency funds for capital projects is a viable strategy. So I appreciate your work in bringing that back to the board so we're all more educated. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else for the good of the order? I believe we're adjourned.
This is the longest one in a long time.
3 o'clock.
First of the year.